Hello, let me see. Is everything working correctly here? Looks like it. I'll bump my mic just a hair. Hello. So this is basically I hit 1,000 subs not too long ago. I guess it was sometime last month, about last month. And so I wanted to do something fun for it. It took me a little while to get it going. And kind of decide exactly what I wanted to do. I figured since the two big things that I do with the channel, it's essentially are talk about MyChem and talk about Smash. I figured one day I would do a music themed kind of day, and one day I would do a fighting game themed day. So today we're talking MCR. Gonna do a tier list of every song, including all the covers and weird, or like old songs that they haven't played since forever, that kind of thing. And then after that, I figure I'll play some Rhythm Heaven just if people are still hanging out and around. And then tomorrow, the plan is I'm going to do my personal custom Smash roster. I just thought I essentially made a ton of rosters already for what I actually think will happen or hope will happen, but tomorrow is going to be a roster based on all the characters and IPs that have been important for me in my life, including fourth parties. So we're going to be talking movie characters and superheroes and things like that as well. I think that'll be a stupid, silly thing. And then after that, I'll play some Marvel Token ranked. So that's basically the gist of these streams. And I just want to get right into it. So let's switch over. Oh, I'm going to put on my background music here. That is completely free to use because I made it. If you want it higher, let me know. I'll turn it up a little bit. But I figured it shouldn't be too distracting. There we go. All right, so here's what we're working with. Obviously, we have S through C tier. I'm not doing D tier because MCR doesn't have any D tier songs. For the most part, the A and B tiers, especially the A tier, are going to be very bloated because MCR doesn't make bad songs. This category at the bottom here, it's just songs that I didn't feel were worth really ranking for one reason or another. So we have a demo of House of Wolves, which is almost exactly the same as what it is on the album, just with different lyrics, earlier and worse lyrics for the most part. So it's just not really worth talking about because it's not. There's another early version of House of Wolves on here. And that is like, where is it? There it is. And that is like an entirely different song. So that one I'll talk about. Anything that is just a cover that they did live, that they kind of didn't change all that much, I'm not going to talk about because every band does that. So like Song 2 by Blur, We Will Rock You with Brian May, My Way, their like punk cover of it, Living on a Prayer is played pretty straight. Bullet with Butterfly Wings played pretty straight. Jack the Ripper, they have been covering this live recently. This is a Morrissey song. And they play it differently now. The original cover I think was much closer, and that was also like 20 years ago at this point or something. The new one they're doing is a little bit different. I'm still going to throw it in here because it's still just a cover that they're playing live, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. And then we have things like the Dr. Death interludes off of Danger Days, which is just kind of talking. I don't really know how I would rate those. A version of 999 Simlish for The Sims is just hilarious, but obviously it's just 999. Yeah, and that's basically it. I don't think there's so in preparation for this, last night and this morning I listened through all of this again. Not that I had to, because I've heard all of these songs, well, most of these songs, a million times. Some of the like really obscure or like not played ones I haven't listened to super frequently, but obviously anything off of an album or a EP I've played to death. So we got I Brought You My Bowls, You Brought Me Your Love up here. We got 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge and the 2 B-sides off of that. We got the Black Parade, 3 Black Parade B-sides, and then all the like demos and alternate versions and whatnot from the 10th anniversary thing that they released. Then we got Danger Days, 2 B-sides off of that. The Mad Gear and Missile Kid EP, which came out with Danger Days and was supposed to be like in a universe of music that the Killjoys were listening to. Singing for Japan was a reorchestration of Sing for, I think there was some kind of natural disaster in Japan, and so this was like a fundraising thing. And then we have the Conventional Weapons EP album thing. Fake Your Death, which is the last song they released before they broke up. And then we got Foundations of Decay, their newest official release. We have a bunch of kind of like... sorry, got distracted. We got either songs that weren't released or they've only played live or things like that. I'll talk about those as I get to them. And then we have their covers that have been recorded and that feel a little more substantial than the ones they play live. So I'm going to take a sip of water real quick. All right, so let's get into it. And we are just going to start right off the top with the first, well, not the first MCR song ever, but the one that anyone heard first if they're listening to the album, which is Romance. Just a nice little instrumental opening. In the past, when I've gone through this kind of like ranking and tier list, I haven't counted it because it is kind of a direct like cover or reorchestration of a song that appears in Dawn of the Dead. So it's not like a fully original thing. And so I kind of felt weird about including it on the tier list, but I'm going to include it this time because since then I've like seen Ray playing it live in the early recording behind the scenes kind of thing. So I think it counts. Romance is a fantastic opening to the album. I think it's very moody. It captures like their backgrounds coming from New Jersey. It just feels very like, I don't know, it feels like Italian mobby in a weird way. But I think it's just a great mood setter. It's very dramatic, and still just like sounds great, like just a really nice guitar. The one thing that holds Romance back is that I wish the second time around through the progression they changed it in any way, just like added a pad or a cello or something like that. That's kind of the one thing. It's a little just, it's the same thing twice in a row. I think if it was a song that they had made like, 10 years later or something, there probably would be some extra layers or builds, as we'll see with a very similar song much later in this list. But either way, Romance is great. It's going in A tier. It's probably going to be like a low A because it is, at the end of the day, like a 1-minute instrumental. So that's okay. Next up is the first full proper song, Honey, This Mirror Isn't Big Enough for the Two of Us. The song rips forever. The song is awesome. If I can't imagine if this was your first time ever hearing MG&MK, because MG&MK just started existing, and the opening riff of Honey ripped in. I mean, I would lose my mind. I'd be hooked instantly. The opening riff never fails to get me pumped up, and just like I'm ready to go. I could listen through the whole discography as soon as that riff starts. It is just awesome. I'm so happy they've been opening their B stage sets live with Romance into this, because it's just awesome. It's just a great song. The one thing that holds it back is that the lyrics are okay. I think as time would go on, Gerard and MG&MK would kind of write a certain way and like talk about themes and create narratives in a specific way that feels MG&MK. And this first album has a couple songs that are just kind of a little plain, I guess, for MG&MK is the best way I can put it. This is just a song about like being angry about a girl, pretty much, as well as like drugs and alcohol. So it's like, it's just not the highest lyrical peaks that they've ever hit. Still a really great song. It's going to go in A tier. If it had a little bit more thematic and moody lyrics, I think it would go up to S. But for right now, it's going to sit pretty high in A tier, I think. Then we have our first S rank song, Vampires Will Never Hurt You. Vampires is still kind of one of my favorite songs. It's probably it's close on Bullets. It might be my favorite song off of Bullets, depending on the day. This is kind of the opposite of Honey's lyrics, where right off the bat it's super moody, super atmospheric, obviously talking about like horror movie type stuff, which is a particular bag of MCRs that they excel at, and it's just great. It just keeps ramping up from the bass intro, going into like the nice little verse groove, and then everything starts to explode. We go there for a little bit, then the chorus kind of changes up the vibe, and then the entire back half of the song is its own thing. If you are only like a casual listener to MCR, I would have to recommend that you listen to this song. It's been a favorite of mine for a long time. Then we have Drowning Lessons. Fun fact about this song, I mean, if any MCR fans are watching this, then they'll know this story. But Drowning Lessons is a song that they have not played for many, many, many years live, because according to them, whenever they would play it live, something would go wrong. They basically think the song is like cursed. So we don't actually get to hear it a lot, which is fine by me because I don't love Drowning Lessons. I am already very, very thirsty. So the thing with Drowning Lessons is it is more thematic than something like Honey. This is kind of our first taste of the Demolition Lovers story that would be a major part of this album, and especially 3 Cheers. But I think it's just like, it's just okay. It's not a super exciting song. It's the parts of it are cohesive enough, but they still have this kind of early band thing where it feels like the songs aren't super tight because they just haven't been writing songs together that long. I think it goes on way longer than it needs to. And yeah, it's just okay. It's grown on me over the years. This used to be a pretty consistent skip for me when I was listening through this album, mostly because I really like the next song. But over time, the intro is pretty strong. It just doesn't really have a chorus, and like I said, the outro kind of loses me. Just kind of too long. I'm torn where I want to put this. This is like a low B, high C for me. I'm going to put it in B for now, but I'm sure that all of this is going to be moving around quite a lot as songs keep getting added. Then, like I said, we have a song that I really like after that, Our Lady of Sorrows. Always been a favorite of mine. I just love... I come from, like, a metal and a screaming and angry musical background. So, the first time I listened through this album, I would say Our Lady of Sorrows might have been my favorite song off of it. It's changed a little bit. It's not my favorite anymore. I do still love it. Short and sweet. Just a banger. I don't think it's S tier because like as my appreciation for MG&MK has grown, especially in like learning guitar parts and stuff like that. I just think there are cooler songs. So I don't think it's S. It's definitely A tier. Keep hitting my mic. Do I like it more than Honey? I would say the lyrics are a little bit more interesting than Honey. It still has that element of like getting pumped right away. So I'll put it above Honey for now. I might move that around. We'll see. Then we have Head First for Halos, which, looking ahead at the album, this is our kind of last big stop before the end of the album. I really like Head First. This is one I would say of all the songs on this album, Head First for Halos has probably grown on me the most over the years. Super fun. I appreciate what it exists to be because they basically did it so that they could show that the band would be doing different, unique things from day one. They felt that this song would show that you can't really pigeonhole them into a specific genre. I think it totally works as that. Just really fun. I like the lyrics. This has some of my favorite lyrics off of the album, I would say. I really like... I don't know if I'll get like demonetized for saying some of these lyrics, but I think I'll blow my brains against the ceiling, and as the fragments of my skull begin to fall on your tongue like pixie dust, just think happy thoughts. I really like that phrase. It's also like I enjoy songs that are able to use the like same exact verse and chorus like twice in a row. I think that's like a weirdly specific skill to have as a songwriter. And so I like how simple the lyrics are, but they're still really good and interesting. And I got to see this live at my most recent MG&MK show. Did not expect that at all. That was super exciting. Crowd was not nearly hyped enough for it. So yeah, I really like Head First. It's like, it's a weird kind of, this batch, Our Lady of Sorrows, Honey, and Head First are all basically tied for me. I really, really like all of them. They're all like really good kind of like hype songs that get you going immediately. I think the riff of Honey is just too good. I don't think Halos can beat it. So it's going to go here for now. Next up, we have the actual first MCR song ever, Skylights and Turnstiles, of course, about Gerard seeing 9/11 happen, which started the entire band. I don't know if this will be like a sacrilegious take or something. Skylines is okay. It's one of the weaker songs on the album. Again, there are songs on this where you can really tell this was early days of a band writing songs, and as someone who has been there and can look back, I can kind of see some of the trappings of young bandom and just like not, it's again seeing where MG&MK would go and then looking back at this and kind of being like, well, it's okay. There's still some really good lyrics here. It's always, nice to think that the first MCR lyric ever written is "You're not in this alone." I think there's still some solid songs on here. I think there's still some solid lyrics in here. Okay musical moments, nothing incredible. I'd say it's a B for me. It's better than Drowning Lessons. I think just off of its importance and like what the song is. If for no reason, then the lyric alone. This has another lyric I love. I can't. Some of these like early ones I don't have specific, but it's something like "Take me to your heart." That's if you still have one that's left inside that cave you call a chest. I think that's just an awesome line. So it's gonna go in B, probably be like mid B when all it's said and done. Moving on to softest song on the album, Early Sunsets. Oh my god, I can't freaking talk. Early Sunsets over Monroeville. My voice is like breaking already. This will be a fun 4 hours. In fairness, I woke up like an hour ago tops, so I'm still waking up a little bit. Early Sunsets over Monroeville. Based off of Dawn of the Dead. Having seen that, weirdly does capture the movie kind of well. In this kind of like idealization of some of the like existence within the movie. This is a really cool song. It's very pleasant, and I like that it becomes this very visceral, desperate vocal performance towards the end. It is like a pretty impactful song. So I like this song a good bit. I would say not as much as Halos, though. So you're going to see this throughout most of this tier list. I'm not a slow jams person generally. So there's going to be some popular songs here that are not going to rank super high for me. Sunsets is good enough though that it's also going to go into A, I think. I might, if A gets too bloated, I might need to cruelly drop some songs down to B, but I think we'll be okay. Then we have This Is the Best Day Ever, and this is the worst song on this album. Actually, it might not even be B. It might be high C. This is another one like Drowning Lessons that was usually a skip for me going through this album. And when I was listening through it again, this is kind of a break moment on the album where you're like, ooh, okay. Like if this was my first introduction to MyChem, I'd be like, okay, I've heard this band before. The only part that I really like is I guess it's kind of a chorus. Again, a lot of these earlier MyChem songs just didn't really have a chorus, which sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The like every hour on the hour they drew blood thing, I really like that part. And then they do like seven different parts that are only kind of connected. It's a very early songwriter thing to do. And it's just not that interesting. In the genre and musically and lyrically, it's just not that interesting. So yeah, this is for sure the weakest song on the album. Moving on to Cubicles. Cubicles is a weird one because like for what it is and instrumentally, I do really enjoy it, but it goes back to what I was saying about Honey, where there's just certain things I don't want to hear MCR singing about, and being like nerdy dude in an office building, kind of like pining over people and not feeling noticed. Like there's just there's a line that kind of cracks me up for what it is. It's oh my god, how does it go? It's on the first verse. It's like I can't remember exactly what leads up to it, but it's basically that she doesn't know that he exists. And the line right before the chorus goes, "I can't blame you, and it's not your fault, and no one ever does." And it's like, okay, Gerard. I'm sorry that you had a crush when you were working at your like toy design company or something, probably. It's still a really cool, cool song, but I can't rate it that highly. I would say it's like a high B, probably. Again, mostly because of like theme and lyrical content. It's just fine. And then we end with Demolition Lovers, which is so good. We went into a little bit of a lull towards the end of the album. But then Demolition Lovers, like, it's not like Honey or Vampires, where it's like it starts playing and you're immediately like, yes, let's go. It's the first start of the riff in this song is just like transcend. It's just such a beautiful song, how it mixes the soft parts and the heavier parts. I love the lyrics. This would be one that I would die to see live. It would be so good. This is an excellent song. I think it's going in S tier. It might drop to a high A later, but I mean it's just phenomenal. This is another. I would say there's probably a reason why I put both of these in S. They both kind of show the earliest moments of MCR combining the heaviness and the drama and the storytelling in a really interesting, compelling way. So I think that's what draws me to My Chem the most, and so that's probably why these are my favorite songs off this album. So if you are new to MCR or casual to MCR, and you were asking me what songs I would recommend to get into them, I honestly wouldn't say anything off of Bullets, because I think you can appreciate Bullets the most after you already like MCR. There's just like, or if you're like specifically into 2000s kind of like emo, or like heavier pop punk, post-hardcore, I don't know what you would want to call it. They've never cared about their genre anyway. Then it might be interesting to you. I know people who specifically really like Bullets. And so it might be something that works for you, but for a general listener, I would not really recommend Bullets right away. But if I had to pitch any of the songs off of this, it would probably be Vampires, Honey, and Head First, I would say. Crack all my bones for a second. All right, moving on to 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, their first major blow-up album. This is when they hit it big, essentially started the height of the MCR army, or MC Army. And this and Black Parade are going to be tough for me to tier rank. There's going to be a lot of A's and S's in here. This is where A and S are going to really, really fill up. So let's just jump right in, starting with Helena. Helena is, of the singles, I would say it is a song that has lasted the strongest of a lot of the singles. There's a few of the singles that I just don't really care to listen to so much now because I've heard them so frequently, and I hear Helena a lot, but it does hold up. It's a really good song, killer chorus, great vibe, and it's also personally a cool song for me in that it is like this is gonna sound weird. It is like almost always been there for my experiences in bands and playing live. The first show that I ever played live at the Trocadero in Philly, rest in peace, was one of the songs that was playing in the playlist beforehand was Helena, and that like I was super hype about that, and I felt very connected to MCR in that moment. And like weirdly, a lot of like my first shows with bands, or at some point in my band's history, this song would come on, and so it has weirdly been there for me in my own musical journey. That being said, it's not like an absolute favorite of mine. I do think there are better and more interesting songs on the album, but I do really like Helena. I would say it's an A tier, and it would probably go, it's somewhere around Head First and Early Sunsets, I think. I like Honey more. I would say, sorry, I'm messing with my phone. What would I rather listen to? Head First, Helena. Again, just because I've heard it so frequently, I don't think it can go that high. I think we're going to go... I'm annoyed. Sorry. I just realized that that I should have been recording this so that I can make clips out of it later. And I never hit record. I just hit stream. So that's dumb. Whatever. I'm not going to bother with it now then. Kind of at this moment, I would say I would put this under Sunsets. Sunsets is a really cool emotional performance that I appreciate more and more as time goes on. But I might move that around. Helena might move up. I don't think it's going to go down. Next up, Give 'Em Hell Kid. Really solid, short and sweet little song. Cool bass line. This is where you, I think, start to really notice MCR's improvement in their songwriting, in terms of writing hits, writing, for lack of a better phraseology, like pop music, popular rock music. This is where you're like, oh, okay, they learned how to write a freaking chorus on this album. The chorus of Give 'Em Hell Kid is really cool. And it's just very consistent all the way throughout. I guess I'll make a note here that I listened to the original version of this album, not the remaster. I have my gripes with the remaster. I think some songs are better, and some songs are kind of like, both are their own experience, and some songs are definitely worse. Give 'Em Hell Kid is probably my least favorite remastered track off of this, because they put back in Gerard's like opening screaming monologue thing, and he just talks completely over the instrumental intro and the bass intro. Let your brother play his bass part, damn it. And actually, I will say this now, because I forgot to say this during Bullets. I feel like over time, there's a long stretch where Mikey's bass parts start to get kind of boring, and in the mix, they start to get a little buried. On the first album, Mikey fucking Way was schmoovin'. A lot of his bass parts on the first album are awesome. And there's still some really great moments in this album too. Give 'Em Hell Kid is one, just a really nice bass riff. But yeah, no, this listen through made me appreciate Mikey way more. Traditionally, he's kind of he's just going up against giants, and himself has admitted this. Because you have Ray Toro, who's just like a god, who's one of the best guitarists working today. And then you have Frank, who can just compliment him so perfectly, is also really amazing in his own right. And then Gerard, who's obviously so upfront and doing, leading the band and creating the vibe. So a lot of times Mikey does get underplayed, but he does have some really good bass parts, especially for essentially picking up the bass because MCR needed a bassist. So with that in mind, Give 'Em Hell Kid's an A. I would say I do like this one a bit more than Helena, a bit more than some of these. I think Right Here is looking good. That the opening riff of Honey is just too strong. Then we have To the End. I think we're still just going uphill. To the End's really great. Lyrically and thematically and in its vibe, it's the one I like the most so far. Awesome guitar part. Awesome guitar parts, both of them. The chord progression is super sick. And then the kind of like uneven arpeggio part is just so cool. Like, it's just, I don't hear things do it. It's like almost proggy. Again, a great chorus, awesome solo. I think it's our first like real solo on this album. Yeah, this To the End bangs. Not quite in an S, but I would say it is the top of A for me so far. Our Lady of Sorrows used to be higher for me. I probably used to put it in an S, but over time it has kind of chilled out a little bit. But what hasn't left S tier is You Know What They Do to Guys Like Us in Prison. I've always really liked this song. I like when MCR gets weird, and this is a weird all over the place song. Luckily not instrumentally. It's very cohesive. Another sick solo. But in terms of kind of the like mania of it, really cool song. You start to see a interesting version of Gerard on this album. So yeah, I really like Prison, and I would say, do I like it more than Demolition Lovers? I've appreciated Demolition Lovers more and more and more over time. I think Prison has kind of stagnated for me personally. So I'm going to say it's there for now. I might move it up. I'll do kind of a like double check at the end of each album. Then we have maybe their biggest song ever. It's probably the one I've heard the most just like out and about. Well, besides Welcome to Black Parade. I'm Not Okay. This song's all right. This song, in fact, is okay. I think in large part it's because it is just overplayed to death. It's like I was saying with Helena. Helena is one that I can hear over and over and mostly doesn't lose its steam for me. I'm Not Okay has lost a lot of steam for me because they're going to play it at every live show. It's going to show up on the radio. It's going to show up at like emo nights and things like that. It's just like it's oversaturated at this point, which is a shame because lyrically it's a really fun, cool song. The video's great. Fun little solo. But it is just okay to me at this point. It's going to be B tier, but it's definitely going to be above all the other ones so far. Next up, another amazing video, probably their best video. I love this video, and I think the video is so good that it affects the impression of the song, is The Ghost of You. Now, on its own, it is still a really awesome song. More great guitar parts working together. Great vibe. Very dramatic, very pained kind of expression vocally throughout the song. Great lyrics. Just an awesome song. This is probably going to be an A for me, and I don't think it's just because the video is so good. I think it is just a really great song. I would say that's going to go A tier. I probably like it more than Give 'Em Hell Kid. Yeah, somewhere around there, I think. That looks okay to me. Then we have Jet Set Life Is Gonna Kill You. This is an interesting one because it's not like a favorite of mine, but in the listening through of the entire album, it's a great moment. This and Ghost of You are almost kind of like this little The Cure moment of MCRs. Again, just like these very flangey guitars in there. I really like the verses of Jet Set. The problem is I don't love the choruses. The choruses are just okay. What is nice is that this time listening through, now that I've heard the remasters where they boost a lot of key parts and stuff like that, I can now notice them in the original mix. It's kind of funny because they are buried as fuck. There's a really cool piano part in here, or a keyboard part that plays during the chorus that adds this like almost synthy arpeggio, like kind of 2000s vibe to the song, which only goes even further when you get the like super intense auto tune on the bridge, which I personally like. It just sounds, it's a unique and cool sound. I don't know when they mixed this album the first time, if they like were afraid that keyboards being as loud as guitars would like hurt their rep, or if the whoever was doing the mixing was just botched it. I don't know, but I would say most of the key parts deserve to be heard a little bit more. I think the remasters went too far on some songs, but this is a song where I really like the key parts. I just don't love the choruses. So, the verses are so cool though. I traditionally I wouldn't put this over Helena, but it might be higher than Helena for me now. I think I've been in a particularly bulletsy mood recently because Early Sunsets is proving to be a bit of a wall of like the A tier, where it's like, well, is it better than Sunsets? And I kind of think it's not. So I'm going to put it right there for now. I might swap that and Helena. Interlude, I don't like Interlude. That is the weakest song in general. Not full song, really. I just don't love the vocal performance. It's a bit of a not my Chemi song. I heard it compared to Radiohead at one point, and it is kind of just like inferior Radiohead. Even the guitar performance isn't great on this. I think there's like maybe lore behind this where it's like, oh, was Gerard messed up at the time that they were doing this? I wouldn't be surprised. I think there's ways to do this song in a cool, vibey way. And the only good thing it does is really set up the start of the next song, which I'll talk about in a second. But yeah, I don't like Interlude very much. It's like if I did have D's, it would very nearly be a D tier. But then we get Thank You for the Venom, which is another S tier. Like I said, the one good thing that Interlude does is that it sets you up so softly for Venom to then punch your teeth in through your skull. The start of Venom is so hilariously, I mean, punch is the best word you can describe it. Just I love Venom. Venom is, I was talking before about like if I had to introduce My Chem to somebody, what songs would I recommend? This would absolutely be one of the top 3 songs that I would use to show like, hey, this is My Chemical Romance. It's got the drama, it's got the guitar technicality, great parts throughout the entire band, great lyrics, great vocal performance, very cohesive song, killer chorus. I think I gotta make this the top of S tier for me for now. It never gets old. What do we got? Then we got Hang 'Em High. This is another song that, because it's a little bit weird, it has always really worked for me. It has an element that My Chem has in moments throughout their discography of just like madness and like this kind of uncontrolled rage and like I don't know, just there's a certain feeling to it, not just lyrically but instrumentally. The kind of like parts during the verses where the guitars are just having these discordant shrieks. I love it. Again, kind of like Jet Set, I don't love the chorus. I think the chorus is maybe better than Jet Set's, but this is definitely a song that is carried by the rest of it and carried by the vibe of it. But I love that so much that it's going to go pretty high for me. I'm looking like top of A, bottom of S kind of territory. I would say I can't quite give it S. I don't think because Prison has that kind of desperation and madness to it as well, but I like that more. So, and then To the End is such a solid song, just straightforward, great lyrics, great parts all throughout. I think because To the End is so consistent, I'll put it right under. All right, then we have, I'm looking for a second. Yeah. Then we have, of the full songs on this album, so not including Interlude, my least favorite song, which is, I believe, the earliest Three Cheers song. So maybe that's why. Maybe I feel like they learned more and leaned into certain vibes better as they went on. It's not a fashion statement. It's a freaking death wish. Yeah, it's a good song. This is definitely one that I appreciate more as time goes on. I think the intro and the first verse are really strong, and then it kind of loses me as the song goes on. I think the riff is great though, but this is a song that in my earlier days of listening to this album, it just kind of was like generic to me. It just kind of faded into the background and it never really clicked with me. Again, over time I've appreciated it more, but for me it's probably a B tier, and I would say I like I'm Not Okay more just because it is a banger. I do think lyrically it is better than Cubicles though, so we're going top of B for now. Cemetery Drive, really cool song. Nice switch up to the vibes. Balances its tone well. The drums are really nice. This is historically in the fandom, if you're like learning MCR guitar parts, this is one that is like absolutely insane. Kind of sneakily, you would expect it to be like Thank You for the Venom, which is pretty crazy. But even that's like, if you're playing fast metal stuff, Venom is understandable. Cemetery Drive is a freak ass Ray Toro guitar part. And I love it. Again, it's funny. I was praising MCR earlier for learning choruses on this album, but I feel like there's a stretch here where the choruses are actually kind of the weakest part. And that is, again, the case for Cemetery Drive. But I would say of those that I said that about, Jet Set, Hang 'em High, Cemetery Drive, I would say that Cemetery Drive is my favorite of those choruses. Where does this go? I think Hang 'em High, I like the parts that I like more than I like the whole of Cemetery Drive, but Cemetery Drive is really consistent. Middle of A is looking right to me. Maybe this actually splits up Head First for Halos and Monroeville. Yeah, I think it does. I think like right around there. It's probably okay. And we got the last song. I Never Told You What I Do for a Living. This is another one. It's weird. So, Fashion Statement and Never Told You were songs that I could not distinguish for a long time. This is where my brain would just kind of like fade out. Like if I was ever listening to this, I kind of wouldn't be paying as much attention to those two songs. I don't know how that was ever the case, because over time this has become one of my favorite songs off this album. And it's high up there for MCR in general. Never Told You is an awesome song. It has more of their older element of I should check on the background music real quick. Oh, when did that stop? That's stupid. I also need to turn the loop back on. Well, whatever. Anyway, this is one of those songs that like is less of a chorusy song. It's more towards their old writing style, where it's just here's a bunch of ideas and we're stringing them together, but it does it perfectly. And the back half of the song is spotless. It is very intense. Gerard's scream of "I tried" going into that section, that like 3/4 section or whatever, it's so good, so good. I think this has got to be S tier. I mean, they know how to end albums. I'll give them that. I would say I do kind of like this more than Demolition Lovers nowadays. Did I say more in there? I don't know. I feel like I was just saying shit. I do like this more than Demolition Lovers nowadays, I think. So it's going to go here. That seems okay. And then to round this off, I'll cover the two B-sides as well in this. So we have Desert Song and Bury Me in Black. Desert Song I also kind of have a personal connection to, because I used this song during vocal lessons like back in high school. So it is stuck with me because of that. It is a cool song. It's nice to have a song. It's nice to see Gerard talking about being in a band at this specific point in the band's career. There's a lot of like weight that comes to that, especially where he was with his addiction problems and things like that, and just kind of his general outlook on life. So it's like very impactful because of that. I think this is like maybe one of the clearest moments from the Three Cheers era of like of that very personal voice speaking through MCR. I don't know if I can rate it all that high. I think the ending, I like it right at this second when I re-listened to it last night, but I think the full-on like voice-breaking screaming over the softer instrumental parts, it is towing the line between being a little bit too much for me. I'm looking like low A, high B for this. I like it more than I'm Not Okay. But A is going to be, especially when we're about to go into Black Parade, A is going to be so full in a second that I don't know if I can put it that high. It's definitely under Helena. It's more impactful. It is more impactful than Romance. I'll put it there for now. I think it's gonna. That might be one of those kind of cutoff songs where it's like, all right, is this better than Desert Song? And then Bury Me in Black. It is better than Desert Song. This has got that again, that like manic anger and murderous intent. Got some scream quotes in there. That's super cool. I really like Bury Me in Black. That's another one that when they play it live now hits like a freight train. It is so good. Yeah, great song. This is gonna be really high for me, actually. I love Bury Me in Black. It's right around that Hang 'Em High and Our Lady of Sorrows vibe of just crunchy, like visceral kind of metal sound. I think it's higher than both of them. Is it? Do I like it more than To the End? To the End is, I think, so solidly written that I can't deny that. I'm gonna go right there. So that is 3 cheers. Let's give this one extra look over. I think S tier is pretty good. I think A tier is doing okay too. Cemetery and Head First, I think, are the only spots I'm really reconsidering. Jet Set and Helena too. Those could swap. And then B, I feel okay about. Let's see. Let me think. I like Head First. Yeah, Head First is gonna stay there. Jet Set is a little more forgettable than Helena. Yeah, I'll switch those. I'm going to switch Helena and Jet Set just because Helena is really well written, impactful. Jet Set, I think the choruses just lose me a little bit. Yeah, that's good to me. I think this can sit here. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to completely fill up the S and A tiers. And by a quick break, I mean just take drink some water. But we're now entering the Black Parade, my favorite album of all time. Have I listened to The Paper Kingdom? First comment, a very loaded question, my friend. Yes, I have. So here's, I guess, a very quick, very quick statement on it. I feel that The Paper Kingdom is, as an artist, it is extremely interesting to me to see a moment in a band's career that never existed. And so, if for no other reason than like learning from my inspirations, and because it literally fell onto my lap of just like going through the internet one day and being like, hey, here's the entire album. It's like, well, shit, I guess I gotta check it out. I'm not going to talk about it here or really talk about it on the channel all that much because I do think that it was never officially released. And so there's a certain level of like respect and separation from the rest of the discography that is required. So it's not going to be on this tier list or anything. And I'm not really going to talk about it in my next like video essay on Long Live the Black Parade or anything. I have listened to it. My broad opinion of it is that I think there are a couple moments that are really excellent, but I think it would have been a really divisive album that would probably not have gone well for MCR. That's kind of how I feel about it. There's one song that I really love though, and then there's a couple that I think are really solid. So to answer your question, yes. But I certainly don't like. I don't support spreading the leak around or anything. But I don't think you're gonna go to hell for listening to it. Anyway, let's. I'll jump back into this. So, Black Parade. Favorite album of all time, in my opinion, one of the best albums ever. I have listened to this album specifically because of the video. more times than I can count. But I will give them this. I can listen through this album ad infinitum, and I will never get tired of it. There are only a couple songs in here that I was like, maybe I'll skip this because I've heard this a billion times. But even then, this album is like spotless to me. The End. Fantastic intro. This is always ranked super low on people's lists, and I kind of understand why, just because the other songs are so good. But, yeah, it's really great. Oh, hold on. Okay. God's gonna send me to the hot place for other things first. Yeah, exactly. I think there's worse things that you can do, even in the fandom, in the context of fandom or being into a band. There's worse things that you can do than listening to an album that, now don't tell anyone I said this, is never gonna come out. They were never going to release it. I feel like some people have this impression that MCR has been sitting on Paper Kingdom specifically to re-release it, and when this leak came out, they were like, well, now, like, I'm gonna take my ball and go home. We're never putting this album out. We're never making new music ever again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the fanfics is a great example. Hell, even the whole drama about the like Barricade Brigade, or even just in general, like being a shitty fan at a live show. Like there's worse things that you can do than listen to an album that fans have delusionally been thinking MCR is secretly going to release any day now. Like, if they put out new music, it's going to be new music, like Foundations. Foundations is not on the Paper Kingdom, and it's better than 90% of the Paper Kingdom. So, you know, it is what it is. But, yeah. But at the same time, like I said, it's a leak. It's unofficial. There were kind of deaths in the family, so to speak, when it came to the people working on the album. So I don't want to proliferate it myself, which is why I'm not going to review it on the channel or talk about it in the Long Live video. But at the same time, if you find it, if you're curious, check it out. Where was I? The End. A tier. It's only not going up to S because it is like short and built to be an intro. It's really full instrumentation. This is where you start getting that Chris Lord algae mixing, which is generally pretty great. Yeah, that too. Like, yeah, that is a different level of getting destroyed by copyright, which is why in the background I'm playing acoustic covers that I did, because again, I'm not trying to get destroyed. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think The End is going to go. I like To The End a little bit more. I guess it is going to drop down in the A's a bit. Let's see. I'm just going through and equating it, because I guess it's true that I wouldn't listen to The End on its own necessarily. I would have to at least listen to it with Dead. So I think that does hurt it. I think around Cemetery Drive is where it's going to stop. Yeah, I think right around there is okay. But then we are going right into Dead, which is going to be our first of many S tiers from the Black Parade. Excuse me. Yeah, Dead is phenomenal. I feel like you can kind of draw a straight line between Head First for Halos and Dead existing. But I can't listen to Dead without The End. See, I would say I can listen to Dead without The End. But I see They are very much a package. They are better together. If this was the end / dead, then it would be an S together. But no, I can definitely. It's got its own identity. I mean, part of the problem with the end is that it doesn't have an end, so it's tough to listen to in that vein. Because you'll be listening to it at the end, and then some random song will come after it if you're not listening to the Black Parade. Dead for me is instrumentally so good, amazing solos, super fun to play, awesome outro, great start to the album. It's an S, and if it was a combined song, then the end would be up here as well. I like it more than Prison nowadays. I've heard this song so much. Woody Woodpecker. What more can you say? I love, by the way, that they are actually recognizing that has become like a thing in the fandom. That where they have the clerk on stage like pleading for Ray to play the riff, because that was legitimately me when I saw them play it in Philly last year, and when I was kind of watching some of the other shows when I started going into the lore and all that. I was like, man, why isn't Ray playing the riff anymore? And then he started playing it at like every show after that initial run of the tour. I think he started playing it at like the very end of the 2025 shows. I was like, oh man, I want to hear the Woody Woodpecker. Just very funny to me that is its own little moment. I think under demo, Demolition Lovers is about where I would put it, though. Demolition Lovers is really powerful. So I think that's where it's gonna go. Okay, so he's watching Ray with the clipboard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But so in more recent shows, well, first off, so when he's watching with the clipboard, he does this cute little little moment. The clerk is great. I love the clerk. But the last few shows, he is like thrown a tantrum when Ray didn't play it, and then he played it at the show after that, and he like fell to the ground in elation. So they're doing very fun things with that. But you know, it's better than. Oh, hold on. Here's my unpopular opinion of the day. I don't like Demolition Lovers. I think that's fair. What's your feelings on Bullets in general? I guess because I think there's two kind of like things you gotta rock with to like Demolition Lovers, which is Bullets in general, the kind of vibe of it, and the way that they wrote songs back in the day, and also slower songs to a certain extent. Though I do not think that Demolition Lovers is in the same vein as I Don't Love You or Disenchanted or things like that. But yeah, I'd be curious to know where you're at on Bullets in general, especially. While you tell me about that, I have to think about This Is How I Disappear, because this has become one of my favorite songs over the years. It is. Disappear is phenomenal. So here's the thing. So there's another song on this album that hold on. I like Bullets in general. Just think that Foundations would fit. Hold on, this stupid heart in the chat is getting in the way. Think that Foundations would fit more in a very removed timeline. That's an interesting way to think about it. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Yeah, I think the main thing separating Foundations from Bullets is the synthy stuff, because that's very new MyChem, modern MyChem. I'm gonna sit back a little bit more before I destroy my back. Am I still like in frame and stuff. I'm watching the stream, which is like 7 seconds delayed from reality. Okay, yeah, we're fine. All right. Anyway, I don't know why I'm even dilly-dallying about how it disappeared. It's here. I love this song. This is another one. I feel like we haven't had a moment like this since, let me see, maybe Bury Me in Black has a similar effect on me. The beginning of Disappear is like one of my favorite MyChem music moments of all time. It is an amazing riff, and then it literally doesn't stop. The entire song is 100% perfect. The bridge where it's like super soft, and then you get slammed by the breakdown, and then the really awesome part after that. I love Disappear. This is not many things are going to be crossing Disappear in this tier list for sure. So then we got Sharpest Lives. I really like Sharpest Lives. I think some days it really, really hits for me, and some days I'm just like, yeah, okay, it's Sharpest. I think because it comes after Disappear, which I love so much. I do really like it. It's not going lower than A, certainly. I don't think it's S, though. There are times in the past and certain days where I might rank it as S. It does kind of sit next to the End, which makes sense because there's a lineage of Vampires Will Never Hurt You to the End, to Sharpest Lives, to Planetary that Dave talked about as their kind of dancey song. And I would say this is my favorite of those. So I guess in that way, maybe it's top of A. Yeah, I think that's fair. Adding it sometimes is weird. There we go. Yeah, that's looking good so far. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Sometimes the chat, like, if I ever stop commenting on chat, it's because the YouTube scrolling if the chat has stopped for some reason. So I'll try to keep an eye on it. All right. So now we have the big one. We have the song that has become what MyChem is, basically. Welcome to the Black Parade. And I might be crucified for this, but it's never been my favorite song. Though it is, so fun fact, before I really knew about MyChem and before I was into MyChem, this is the only song I would really ever hear from them because it was inescapable on the radio and when it came out. But my dad never liked it, didn't like Gerard singing. And so I don't know that we ever got past the intro. I think it would come on and my dad would hear "When I Was," and he'd be like, no, get the switch. Where's Metallica? Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I was saying earlier that there are certain songs where if somebody asks me like, how do I get into MyChem? There are certain songs where I'd be like, this is a distillation of MyChem. You got to listen to this. Thank You for the Venom is one of those. How I Disappear is kind of one of those. It has the drama and the heaviness and the kind of spookiness. There's not a ton off of Bullets that I would recommend right away. I think that's better for once you're into MyChem. I think Three Cheers is a great starting point. I think Black Parade is a great starting point. Just depends if you like, what kind of vibe you like more. Mine is Mom. I mean, Mama's a great way to get into the band. I'll talk more about Mom in a second, but yeah, Mama's a fantastic intro. My actual intro to MyChem, like I said, I never got in because of Black Parade because I was basically never allowed to listen to it. And then around 8th grade going into high school, which for me was around 2010, is when Danger Days was coming out. And I had friends who were into MyChem who were really excited about Danger Days coming out. And so Na 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 was really my intro to My Chem, followed by, I guess, Sing was probably their second solo or their second single. And I forget what else was a single off of that, but so Danger Days was really my intro to My Chem, which is why I have a soft spot for that album. I own Trans Flag with the Black Parade skeleton in my room. That is awesome. I love that. Yeah, Black Parade, like I said, my favorite album of all time. It takes a really good album for me to watch it over and over and over again and dissect this new lore and not get tired of it. But that being said, the song about the Black Parade, I've always thought is just okay. It is not a song that I would say, hey, you want to get into My Chem, listen to this song. I would really only show it to somebody to be like, yeah, you've heard, you've heard this band before, or Slayer. Yeah, exactly. You know, how's it going? Welcome. 20 plus hours of hand sewing. Dang. that is commitment, and I respect that. But yeah, so Black Parade, Welcome to Black Parade. It's still a good song. Like, as a feat of what the band is writing and the production of it, it's a B tier at least. But in my personal ranking, I cannot put it in A tier. I would say it is to respect the song. I'm going to put it at the top of B. But I think that's as far as that goes. Even Pantera, yeah. I mean, though I feel like Slayer, you're not really hearing on the radio all that much. Metallica is much more proliferated in that way. But what else was around that time? Like, I guess Linkin Park was starting to kind of drift as well at that time. So maybe we'd be looking for like some Breaking Benjamin or something. I don't know. Whatever. That's a tangent. Or Slipknot, probably. That too. Anyway. So yeah. Welcome to Black Parade. That's going to be a B tier. I respect it. I like what they did with it. It doesn't personally get me very hype. Then we have I Don't Love You, which is nice song. Good song. It is, I don't know. This is another kind of like, I really like the lyrics. It's a great chorus. The ending is good, but it's like a low A, high B for me. I would rather listen to this than Welcome to the Black Parade. So it's got to be either another top of B. Or what? Let me see. What's the low A looking like? Desert Song, Jet Set. I do like it more than that. I think it'll be a low A. I used to. There were times in my life where I really liked I Don't Love You, and right now is not one of those times. I think I'm just okay with it. So I'm gonna put it under Helena, I think. It might move up, though. I do like I Don't Love You. So after that, we got House of Wolves. This is another longtime favorite of mine. Still a favorite of mine. Not budging. Definitely S tier. Hold on. I Don't Love You is only good after a breakup. Changed my mind. That's fair. That is the prime listening to it experience for sure. It's also a weird, like, in the narrative of Black Parade, it's kind of a weird moment because it's so the narrative of Black Parade is in my opinion a little hard to read, and like I feel like the timeline of the storytelling goes all over the place. But you start pretty tight with like, okay, you're dying, you're gonna die, This Disappear is a little bit like, I guess it's like trying to secure some kind of like legacy and memory in loved ones' minds before you pass. Sure. Sharpest Lives, obviously going on a bender, your life is falling apart, and then you die. Welcome to the Black Parade. Great. And then I Don't Love You is like, man, I wish my relationship was better. It's weird unless you're reading it as like some kind of higher understanding of love after you pass or something. But yeah, no, it is like, there's a specific mindset you have to be in to really appreciate it, I feel like, and I'm not there currently. House of Wolves, though, you do not. House of Wolves, you just jam the hell out to. I don't like it more than Venom, but I think it's going to be my current number 3. Yeah, I think that's good. House of Wolves just slams. Just such a good song. It's even better now that live, the secretary is like dragging a chair across the stage. And there's nothing more polite that I can say about that. So yeah, banger. I also just like when My Chem messes with genres, so I like the swingy jazz thing. It's great. All right, going on to Cancer. This is another song that for a while, this moves in phases for me. There's times where, again, I'm not a slow jam person, so, and I'm not really like a ballad or like super emotional song type of person, generally speaking. So there's definitely been times where Cancer doesn't work for me. As time has gone on, I've appreciated Cancer more and more. Maybe it's because I heard 21 Pilots cover it, and I think their cover is abysmal dog shit. Hopefully you don't like that song. I think the 21 Pilots, it seems fairly divisive. I think the cover that 21 Pilots did of this song is god awful because it misses the point. The whole reason that this song works is because it is very stripped down, short, sweet, and bittersweet, I guess. There's nothing that is in the song that doesn't need to be there. It is not trying to be a pop song. It's not trying to be catchy. It is just like a brutal, sad talk about having cancer. And it works really well. Cry When Singing Alone, Cancer. Yeah, I mean, it is probably one of the most emotional things that My Chem has done. Because it's a little bit different. Most of the time you're connecting to My Chem songs on a personal emotional level, especially if you're dealing with something like depression, something like that. Like that's gonna really hit. Sure, like that's absolutely. September, sure, yeah, exactly. There's certain ways to sing about these human conditions and death and things like that just really connect, and Cancer is one of those. And then it's also like it kind of transcends MCR in a way that it's like the way they get the instrumentation and the bass parts, there's like this bit of Queen and like Beatles to the orchestration that's just really great. That obviously knowing someone who passed from cancer would absolutely make it connect with you more, especially your father. So definitely I'm very sorry to hear about that. Cancer is terrible. But that makes sense why cancer would connect with you so much. I've been fortunate enough that it has not so directly impact my life. I could still, luckily, I still appreciate the song for what it is, but I'm sure it would make me a complete wreck if I had personal experience with that. With all that in mind, I would say it's an A. to. Oh no, step parents. Oh no. Well, I am sorry to hear about that, but that's what my chem is here to help with. is the hard shit in life, which is funny. It's funny. This is where it starts to get a little weird looking at their discography from like this objective lens. Is it's like, yeah, you know, there are songs in here that have helped me through extremely difficult times. It's an A. Like it's kind of the weird and fun thing about this kind of like ranking and evaluation, is that you have to kind of quantify your emotional reactions to things while also being objective about musical elements. Seen them in concert 12 times. Nice. I've seen them 3 times. I saw them in 2011, I believe. And then I saw them in 2022 and 2025. I'm very happy that I saw them again after that 2011 one. 2011 one. I saw them at the Honda Civic Fest, and you could tell that they were not. This was in the late stage of the band where they were not really feeling it. It was like it was an okay performance. It was really cool to see them, but the shows that I've seen them in since have been much better. You can tell that they're engaged and like having fun. Especially this last one. The last time I saw them was my favorite concert I've been to. I still need to place Cancer. It's an A. I like it more than I Don't Love You. Let's see. At the same time, it is one where it's like I'm not necessarily going to seek this out to listen to it. I'll put this... I'll put it for what it is and the power of it. I'll put it over Sunset, even though I'd probably rather listen to Monroeville. I need to decide what my shorthand for that fucking song is, because I keep changing my mind whether I'm calling it Sunsets or Monroeville. But yeah, I think for what it is, even though I'd rather listen to maybe some of these other songs on their own, I do love Cancer. Fortunate. Is that Maxwell's? Oh, that's awesome. that is very cool. That I do wish I had been old enough and around to see them during like the later Three Cheers and especially the Black Parade era, at least. But that's very cool. All right, where are we? Oh, Mama. We were just talking about this. Perfect. Yeah. So for the longest time, Mama has been my favorite song of any song ever, and especially of my chem. I don't particularly understand why. It is just always connected with me. Instrumentally, I love it. The breakdown is incredible. The ending is fantastic. It kind of combines all the stuff that I love about my chem generally. It has been, it has been in a death match recently against how I oh my god, my goddamn voice. Mama and This Is How I Disappear have been in a death match to be my favorite song. Disappear has just been hitting for me like a sledgehammer, and I think I've listened to Mama so endlessly over the years that it is like it may be diminished like 0.1% of my like appreciation for it. I think it's still my favorite song, and it's also super cool that they now have added even more to it. then I really like Dagger too. So it's really tight. I'll have to rethink about Mama and Disappear at the end of this, but for now, I think it is still my favorite My Chem song. It's like, I mean, you were saying that this is your intro to My Chem, and what a hell of an intro that it is one of their best songs. All right, let's see. I don't know why I'm saying let's see, like I don't know what song comes next on the album. Obviously, now we have Sleep. This is another song that, in my first kind of days of listening to this album, it was like, I liked it, but it was never my favorite. Sometime around 2021, 2022, when I was re-listening to the album, Sleep just started, like, it's really impacting me. It's probably because I was depressed as shit. But yeah, Sleep is very powerful. The breakdown of Sleep is another one of my absolute favorite My Chem moments of all time. I think lyrically super cool. It's, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the wake ups. Oh my, just like unparalleled. Probably maybe once I do this, I'll have to think of like what are my top 5 like MCR, top 5 or top 10 like MCR music moments. I think there's too many lyrics for me to do that for lyrics, so I'll kind of combine it into music and lyrical moments. But that's definitely going to be up there. So yeah, love Sleep. It has gone back down a tiny bit for me now that I'm thankfully not as depressed as I was. But it's so great. I think I like Venom more. I think it's right around House of Wolves. Venom is just like quintessential. So do I right now, right at this moment? No, I like Sleep more. I'm gonna put Sleep higher. Pre and post chorus are my 2 favorite parts of any songs. Yeah, that's fair. I had to try to like get there. I think that's fair. I love basically as soon as we get past the second chorus, the rest of the song from there I love. It just starts like going crazy. The breakdown's awesome, and then the ending. Where are we? Oh, oh no, Teenagers. This is probably a not super uncommon opinion. I don't love Teenagers. It's a song where if you're a casual fan, then I can totally see like absolutely loving this song. Even if you don't like, if you've listened to a lot of MCR's discography, I'd still think it'd be fair to love this song. If you listen to it in the context of Black Parade, it is kind of weak. It is very much, it feels like it was written for the time, kind of for the audience to just be, why did that get, I don't know why I had to hold that message for review. Oh, 1 second. I like Teenagers, but it should have been it should have been on Danger Days. I see, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because the kind of like narrator protagonist of Danger Days is kind of the person for people to be afraid of. Whereas I think the character of the patient having the song Teenagers is, or reflecting on himself being a teenager, I think works well enough. It's not even that it doesn't fit on just the Black Parade. I think it just has a hard time fitting as an MCR song. It feels like one of those songs that just is a single. and kind of exists in that way. Like they made it for a soundtrack or something. Yeah, that's really what it is. It sounds like they made it for a movie trailer or a video game or something, or like, like a Tony Hawk or something. That's what musically. I actually might push back on that there too, only because I don't know why I'm being an argumentative dickhead right now. Only because the Black Parade does have a lot of like classic rock, hard rock kind of influence. You get that on like a bit on Dead, or like I Don't Love You and Disenchanted are pretty straight up rock. What else is there? House of Wolves. Like House of Wolves and Teenagers, I think, go together kind of well. The faux upbeat, that's true. That's very Danger Days. But so is Dead, which, to be fair, I think Dead is also you can start to see where they might find Danger Days out of that. But regardless of where it belongs or doesn't belong, it does not belong in my ears. So I don't know if I can't give it a C because it is a really fun song, but it's a B. So here's the thing. I would put it right here above the Bullet songs because I just think the Bullet songs are a little worse written. Teenagers is a very cohesive song, but I almost want to put it lower than Skylines because they're like almost the opposite in intent for me. Because Skylines is like, oh, here's like this is the start of the band, and the band's going to be about healing through trauma and stuff like that, and seeing going through traumatic things. And then Teenagers is like, let's write a radio song. I'm getting old and I'm afraid of teenagers now. So that's why I'm kind of like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's so but I would rather listen to Teenagers and Skylines instrumentally. Yeah, I'll leave Teenagers there. I think that's okay. And then we're going to get into Disenchanted, which, like other songs, this was a song that at a couple points in my life I really, really enjoyed and really connected with. I do still really like the lyrics. I really like the chorus. You're a sad song with nothing to say about a lifelong wait for a hospital stay. Hospital stay. That is such like a brutal teardown of a person to call them to call someone's life a wait for a hospital stay. That is so brutal. I love it, but the song itself has kind of waned for me over the years. I think I've like, now that they're actually playing it live again, I think I've kind of reached a point where I'm like, okay, I don't need to listen to this right now. It's good. I think we're talking B territory, and I like it because, well, I like Black Parade's lyrics too, but I'd used it as an insult before. Yeah, I mean, it's just great. It's got tons of great lines. Watch all my heroes sell a car on TV. That's another like really brutal, like very true moment of watching people you admire kind of sell out. Lots of great moments in that song. So yeah, I'll put it at the top of B right now. It's not quite A territory for me. So then we got Famous Last Words. This is, I would say, like Helena, this is a song that has been overplayed for me, but has mostly held up. And I go in waves of either just liking or appreciating it a good bit. I generally appreciate this a good bit right now. It probably helped that I've played it live as well. best single on Black Parade. That's probably true. What were this had a lot of singles. I Don't Love You, Welcome to Black Parade, Teenagers, Famous Last Words. There's like another one, wasn't there? Maybe not. I guess Blood technically kind of is. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It is the best single, kind of by a wide margin. I think I have extra appreciation for it because I learned to play it too. And it's very fun. That said, I don't think the Frank's guitar part does anything like crazy interesting. Sorry, whenever I stream is when the entire universe decides to give me notifications on my phone through like every app that I have. So I have to make sure that like no one is dying. Anyway, Frank is just there to vibe. Yeah. I mean, like I like the part. It's just a very kind of standard my chem aux guitar part, pop punk extra part, where it's just like, yeah, I'm just playing some harmonic octave lines, nothing crazy. Ray's solo is really good. That whole like bridge, These Bright Lights part, I really like. Strong outro. It's like a mid to low A tier for me. Let me think. Where is this going? For what it stands for, this is another song where if I was trying to get someone into MyChem, I'd probably show them this. It's got that MyChem positivity. Second best live song. Yeah, it definitely, it is made to be heard live for sure. I just don't seek it out as much as some of these other songs. It's higher than Halo's. I'm kind of looking at Ghost of You territory right now. And I kind of like Ghost of You I don't know. I like aspects of Ghost of You more. I like Famous Last Words more in some ways. I need to want to hear Famous Last Words to turn it on. Ghost of You, if it comes on, I'm like, yeah, Ghost of You. So I think I'm going to put it right under Ghost of You. But they're close. And then finishing out the main album, we got Blood. Cute song. I really like it. There's only so high I can rank it. I feel like I feel silly putting it in A. Maybe we go B for Blood. Just a cute little song. I'll put it top of B. Yeah, B for Blood. Not much to say about it. And then I'll get through the rest of the Black Parade and Black Parade adjacent things and then I'll have to take a second. But yeah, so now we get into Black Parade B-sides, which I've always really liked. And speaking of, is my playlist still going? No, it keeps pausing because I am watching. I want you to be background music. I appreciate them a little more because I did some like remixes and covers of them for the video. I really like all these songs. They're all really strong. This is probably their strongest batch of B-sides. My Way Home's Through You. It used to be my least favorite of these three. It's I would say this and Kill All Your Friends are tied. I do really like My Way Home's Through You. It's just a very straightforward kind of song. It rips. But it's also not like the most special song in the world to me. It's probably like a low A. Let me look. Where are we talking here? I'm trying to think through some of the lyrics to see if there's any. It's got a very strong chorus. I could see what you mean. Such a good chorus. It's a really good chorus. Blood, yeah, blood. I mean, Blood has just got that like that the dark theater kid vibe that a lot of I feel like MCR adjacent fandoms it fits with. Yeah, I do really like the chorus, and I like the bridge and solo of My Way Home too. It's gonna be kind of a mid-A tier actually. Around Give 'Em Hell Kid is fits because they both have just such strong choruses. Oh yeah, it is. It is sonically treated, kind of like Alistair's voice. You're right. Yeah, I think right here works. And then we got Heaven Help Us, which is I love Heaven Help Us. I was so happy to hear that played live. Lost my mind. It's an S tier. Heaven Help Us is so cool. Just a great dark vibe. Fits in kind of like with How I Disappear. Just really, really good song. It makes sense that they were like, oh, I kind of wish this was on the album. It might go up with that kind of like Sleep, House of Wolves batch there. I think I do like it more than Vampires, though it is close. Yeah, it's gonna go up there. Do I like it more than House of Wolves? The intro is, well, both intros are great. Nah, I'll put it under House of Wolves, but it's close. And then Kill All Your Friends. I do really like this. Very groovy, cool, different vibe for my chem. I've found myself listening to it less over time. I think partially it's because I was using it as an alarm for a while, and so I probably got tired of it that way. Cool parts though. Fun changing chorus. I like the change of the number of years in that kind of context. It's like an A. It's good. Let's see. Probably like a mid-A. Kind of sitting around Cemetery Drive for me. I would say I like it. I like it a little more than Cemetery, and I like it a little bit more than The End. I'll put it like right there. But yeah, amazing batch of B-sides. So now this is interesting, because now we're going to talk about the kind of demos and the stuff that didn't make the cut for Black Parade. And largely speaking, thank God it did make the cut for Black Parade, because Black Parade is so well put together that some of these songs are just kind of weak. Well, let's get into it. So first off, we have The Five of Us Are Dying. Hold on, let's see. I like House of Wolves because it's the MCR song that I used to annoy my parents. Nice. What was I just thinking? Oh yeah, Five of Us Are Dying. Obviously, it's prototype Welcome to the Black Parade. I like Five of Us Are Dying as a songwriter because it is like it's a reminder that the first draft doesn't have to be the finished product. If Five of Us Are Dying was released instead of the Welcome to the Black Parade, I think My Chem's kind of future would have been far different than it was. Religious mocking song, yeah, that's true. It does have that element. But yeah, Five of Us Are Dying. It's funny because I do kind of like it for what it is. I think if it was its own whole song, I'd probably like it a little bit more. But then after the intro and besides the bridge, it is just like a worse version of Welcome to the Black Parade. So, and it's so funny thematically too, because Black Parade is the Will Carry On song. It is like so hopeful, and like it's almost like Famous Last Words, like gonna keep living kind of song. And Five of Us Are Dying is like I don't care, like all this kind of sucks, whatever, I'm letting myself fade away kind of thing. It's very opposite vibe. So yeah, I'd say I kind of enjoy Five of Us. I'll listen to it every now and then. It's gonna be a B tier. It feels like it belongs with some of these Bullet songs. I'll put it like right here. Then Party at the End of the World. Not a song I ever seek out. Had to kind of remind myself about it last night when I was listening through everything. Cool song. Doesn't stick out to me. Kind of fun chorus. Kind of fun intro. Party at the End of the World is what a Three Cheers or sorry. Yes, it is absolutely kind of like that, which I do enjoy. When you look at My Chem, there are kind of demos and B-sides. You can tell that they are still holding on to parts of the previous work. I think Bury Me in Black, very much a middle ground between. It still has a lot of bullets in it, but it's kind of moving towards Three Cheers. And then there's some of these demos and B-sides off of Black Parade that sound like they're holding on to Three Cheers. So it's cool. It causes really unique songs, but it doesn't always cause like amazing songs. I'm trying to remember parts of the song. The bridge is okay. I like it. I like it more than Five of Us. It's a jam, but it's also, it just kind of is what it is. I wouldn't necessarily seek it out. It's not going to get far above Five of Us for sure. I think B territory is going to be a lot of these. I kind of would rather listen to Keep Cool because it is just kind of like a fun song. The rough recording doesn't help. I have to try to like upscale it in my mind to match the other songs. Yeah, I think Dirt literally right here is fine. These two songs can go together. Okay. So when I was re-listening through this album or this extended stuff, I was like, I keep conflating Party at the End of the World and Not That Kind of Girl. What is this song? And then I was like going and listening through again. I was like, right. That's why I don't remember. This might be the worst song on this tier list. This is a rough one. It is a really weird vocal performance. It's like the first 4 lines of the song are really funny. What is it, like, talk about you, how you left your man or whatever like that, and then it goes into the just drowning, like the most New Jersey that Gerard has ever sounded. This song is not, thank Christ it did not wind up on the album. It's probably going to be keeping the lowest spot on here. I do not like this song. Yeah, sorry, I was misreading. House of Wolves version 1. It's interesting how different it is. I don't have a lot to say about it because it's just fine. You start to see a little bit of even their like conventional weapons or like Paper Kingdom-y kind of stuff at this point, which is kind of cool. But I can barely remember anything about this song. All I Want for Christmas. We'll talk about that more when we get there. As a little sneak preview, I like it. I listen to it every Christmas just because it's fun. Instrumentally, it's great. But yeah, there are times where people will say like, "Oh, Gerard's like such an amazing vocalist," and it's like, he's one of my favorite vocalists. It's not because technically he is an amazing singer. And that's not a diss. I partially love him because he's not an amazing singer, because he doesn't sound like he's been completely smoothed out and like had all of his personality like wrung out of his voice. But there's some, especially early MG&MK stuff, where it's very noticeable and it's a bit rough. But I'll talk more about that when we get there. Yeah, House of Wolves version 1 I can like only kind of remember. And therefore it's just not very memorable. It's gonna go kind of in C by default, but it is like fine to listen to. Interlude has some of that vocal roughness I was just talking about, so I think it's going to beat that out. But then we get to two songs I really like, actually. Emily. I really like Emily. When I re-listened to it last night, it wasn't hitting for me. Attic demos are rough. Yeah. It just is what it is. It took time to kind of develop he took time to develop as a vocalist, but it still leads to some really unique vocal moments that are good and stick with you and give some personality, but sometimes it's just not great. But yeah, Emily, I expected this to hit more for me when I re-listened to it than it did. I guess I'm in kind of a lull for it right now. I just really like the drums. I really like the vibe. It's definitely like an A tier song for me. It just might not be as high A tier as I would normally put it. The storytelling is very interesting. All the parts of it work pretty well. I'd say, again, the end is just getting the hard end of this because you can't listen to it on its own. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I do like Emily a pretty good amount. I if they ever made like a proper version of it, I'd be very excited. And then All the Angels is kind of a tough one. Very similar vibe wise and storytelling wise. I love All the Angels. And the way it built, like, I think it builds very nicely. Should have been on paper. Yeah, yes. Very true. Emily kind of gives that vibe too. So it's funny how much of this early stuff is already going in that direction, like even going past Danger Days. That is interesting. Yeah, I really like All the Angels. It like there's a part in there before the band starts to come in where I think it just starts to, it's a little bit weak composition wise. The guitar starts just like trying to carry more than it can stand to. But the verses and chorus and the general build of it, I do really like. I would say I don't necessarily seek it out. So I would say it's somewhere around Monroeville and Helena. It is a very cool song. I'll put it like right there. I think that's good. All right, so here's where we're at. We've gone through 3 albums and their B-sides. We got Danger Days coming up and all that entails. We got Conventional, and then I have their released singles, their kind of like weirdly placed originals, and then their covers. I'm going to take a quick couple minute break to run to the bathroom, check my messages and whatnot, and then we will get back into it. So I'll turn up my acoustic cover a little bit, and then I will be right back. Hello, we are back. Looks like we're all good. Yeah, sorry, I would have restarted Mama, but I just didn't see it before I walked away. Alrighty. So we back. Let's keep on going. We are at Danger Days. So like I said, Danger Days was really my first MCR album. It came out right as I was being introduced to them. I kind of had like MCR coming at me from like different angles. I had my friend sending me just in general a bunch of like music videos that he liked, and some of those were like Welcome to the Black Parade and Famous Last Words. I was like, oh, this is dope. And then I had friends who were more active friends of MCR, or more active fans of MCR, and they're like, yo, nah, here's this new video, and they're going to release an album and stuff like that. So I was like very quickly inundated. And then after Danger Days, it kind of took me a second to finally go through everything. And then at that point I was hooked. So I've always really liked Danger Days. I certainly defended when people say it's like crap or it's like the worst MCR thing. I think they just don't know how to have fun. But at the same time, I think I can appreciate listening through the whole album more than like, there's only a few songs off of this that I currently right now will go and like want to listen to on their own. And there's a couple songs that used to be like that have kind of like faded over time. Maybe I've just listened to them too much, but regardless, let's talk about it right now. Obviously I have put the Dr. Death interludes in here. I don't know how I would possibly rank them. They're all like B's or something, but it doesn't really matter. So we'll start right off with Na. Super fun song. I've always liked it. Great video. This was a classic. This is another like always on the radio one, always a pleasure to hear, and one of like throwing on music to play local Halo 3 multiplayer or whatever else some Smash, whatever we may have been playing. So I do really like it. I have a soft spot for it. It's kind of in between Famous Last Words and I'm Not Okay in that it's a little overplayed for me. But when I go back and listen to it, I kind of remember what I appreciated about it. Like the synths are just like a very fun vibe. The skeleton, have I noticed the skeleton in the sand? Yes, I have. And I'm sure at the time it was just hey, this is a cute reference. And now for lore people like myself, it is what does it mean? Is it all part of Gerard's master plan? But it was probably just a cute little reference. But I have noticed it, and who knows? Maybe they'll do something with it. But anyway, yeah, I really like Nana. I was almost like surprised how much I liked it last time I was listening through it, because it is like a very kind of just like, I don't know if pulpy is the right word, but it's just like, yeah, here's a rock single. But it's good. It's a good song. It's an A, I would say. And the bridge is sick. Everyone knows the bridge is sick. Yeah, it's definitely an A. Probably like a mid-low A. I'll put it above All the Angels. That feels right. Then Bulletproof Heart. Bulletproof Heart is one of those that I was just saying. I used to play this song to death. It was one of my favorite songs off of Danger Days, and it still kind of is. But I've heard this song so much, and like I was saying about Kill All Your Friends, this is a song that I know would be my wake up alarm for a very long time, and sometimes still is. And so it has been a little bit tainted because of that. I love the chorus. The thing is, the verses, the instruments are not always very exciting. It is a very straightforward rock and roll thing. There's some great solos in here. There's some cool synth stuff. The bridge, again, is really cool. And again, I like the choruses. It's just the verses are a little bit weak here. I feel like we've moved from like Bullets and Three Cheers having some weak choruses or barely any choruses. Black Parade is the perfect middle ground. And now we're kind of moving into the chorus is the main good thing territory. I like it more than Nana. But not that much more nowadays. I would say we're definitely below My Way Home. I think we're sitting somewhere. We're pretty close to Nana, honestly. This gap used to be much bigger, but I think I just appreciate Nana more now. Do I? Yeah. I at a certain point I need to think about like what I just enjoy listening to, and I think I do want to listen to it more than Cancer generally. I just appreciate Cancer a lot. Yeah, that's all right. We're starting out pretty close. And I think we're going to drop with the next one though, being Sing. This is a weird one. It's almost like Teenagers in that it's like, oh, this is a single. Like okay. You don't like Sing. A lot of people don't like Sing. And it's very valid. I can't decide if I want to say fair or valid. It's very fair. It's very valid. The choruses are just, the thing is, here's the thing with Sing. I think the verses are pretty strong and the bridge is great. I'm pretty sure everyone agrees the bridge is great. That whole stretch of lyrics is awesome. I think the chorus is just pretty cheesy. And yeah, and the music video is dope. The chorus is just kind of I mean, they covered it on Glee, for God's sakes. Like, this was when there was a little moment in time where this started to get too much radio play or be used for like commercials and stuff like that. And that it was a little bit of like an oh no. And at the time, I didn't even dislike Sing. But because of that association, it is kind of like, ew, like it just is not. It doesn't really hold up. We're definitely looking at low B, high C kind of territory here. But what's funny is I kind of still would rather listen to it than Drowning Lessons. Yeah, I think it's gonna go there. Might be a little high for some people, but I mean it's on. We're almost in C, so I think that's fair enough. Planetary is one. Oh, hold on. Let's see. I like the music video because there was either an intentional or accidental Blood Marine reference in the video. Oh, interesting. I would not know about that. I just think it's a cool video. I like when they all die. It's almost a shame that they never did like a part 3 somehow, I guess, without the band or something. I don't know. That's the only other. Those are the only two like in-universe videos, I think. Because then Planetary, which is like a dance video, Kids from Yesterday is just like a montage. So it would have been nice to have one more in-universe video. They probably just didn't want to delay the album or a tour or anything. Anyway, what was I talking about? Planetary. I used to really, really like Planetary. It has kind of fallen by the wayside for me. I never find myself thinking that I want to listen to Planetary now. It's okay, gotcha. I understood. Good old Grant Morrison. But yeah, Planetary, I used to really vibe with. It had that good rock and electronic mix that I do still like, but it's just not. I don't know. I usually my cam has really strong bridges. I don't love the bridge of Planetary. I think the chorus is strong. I would usually call this an A. It might be a B. For whatever reason, it has fallen out of favor with me. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's lower than everything in A. It might lead B though. Yeah, it can lead B. I think that's all right. This is another funny one. So, Only Hope for Me Is You. Back when I got into my chem for the first time, listening to Danger Days, this was when iTunes was the main way, and the iTunes store was the main way that I was getting all my music, because I was too afraid to pirate music because it would destroy my computer or something. Okay. So we might have a spat here. So back during when I was, buying Danger Days and listening to everything, I didn't have Only Hope for Me Is You for a very long time because I thought it was extremely corny. It felt very, I don't know. The emotion of it and the sentiment behind it had felt forced to me at the time. Now, what I'll say is this. Since being more holistic about my love for MCR, I now, obviously, I listen to that song as part of Danger Days, as part of their discography. I appreciate it much more. I think it certainly has a place. It's not a bad song. It's still kind of low for me, though. Compared to everything else that they do, I don't love the dubstep wubbiness. And I'm someone who likes very upfront electronics that aren't trying to be super subtle or underplayed. So that's not really what it is. Feels like love drives the fall in how I feel with my emotional attachment to it. Okay. Yeah, see, I think that's the real problem is I don't have an emotional attachment to it. And if I do, it is the memory of not listening to it for years. And also it was on the Transformers 3 soundtrack, but it wasn't actually in the movie, which was also weird to me because I was excited that MCR was going to be in a movie, but because I didn't understand how soundtracks work. And then I saw the movie and I was like, hey, what the hell? Yeah, I unfortunately cannot rate it that high for me. I'm wondering if it is escaping C, because for a long time it was a C tier song for me. I think it's higher now, though. I can't put it much higher than Sing, though, because I think Sing's bridge is better for me and it affects me more than anything in Only Hope does. Yeah, it's got to just be with Sing. Sorry. But, take heart with the fact that this is the highest that I've ever ranked this song. What's next? We got Party Poison. You know what? I listened to this this morning to reconsider my thoughts on the discography. This was one I was kind of surprised didn't hit with me this time around. There's something about the production that is a little too simplified for me. fun chorus, cool vibe. It's a good song to listen to. I'm sure, like, I think it'd be really fun to hear live. It's a jam. It feels like I'm holding me back from the best song on the record. That's now there. Now you're cooking. That is very true. That is very true. Yeah, it's good. The drums at the beginning for some reason stick in my head. I've basically ripped them off in my own songs before. The production specifically. But yeah, it's like a B tier. It's a B tier. It reminds me of some of the B tier stuff on Conventional Weapons as well. It's good. It's like somewhere around Teenagers probably. Yeah, I'd rather listen to Fashion Statement. Teenagers is fun at least. I'll put it before Cubicles. Save Yourself is the best song on Danger Days as well. Here we are. And yeah, I agree. I would argue that it is close because, spoiler, Destroya exists. And I really like Destroya. But for I think as long as I've heard this album, Save Yourself has been my favorite. Save Yourself is S tier. S for Save Yourself. This is a great song. Great song. Fantastic guitar. Super cool lyrics. Just like awesome sentiment. Great chorus. I love the random what is it? We can live forever if you've got the time. You motherfucker. Whoa. I love that. It's so good. Yeah, this is a great song. I don't think it cracks my Black Parade Armada in the S tier currently. But it's close to Vampires. I do really like this song. Maybe it is better than Heaven Help Us. Kind of is. Okay. I see. Yeah, I do like it more than Heaven Help Us. I think so. It's a great song. It's a really good song. I always feel when I go over this, I always feel like I'm being mean to Danger Days because there's so much B tier in here. But I do like it. Like if you just put Danger Days on, I'm fully in and I'm jamming to every song. But the rest of their stuff is just so individually strong, song by song, that a lot of Danger Days can't really defend itself. Scarecrow, again, not a slow jam person. It's interesting what they were going for. It's a very cool, unique vibe, and I think it strangely captures some of the kind of dread and horror that other songs do, because it is this whole like nuclear fallout kind of song, and has this kind of childlike edge to it that I think it does work. I just don't care about it really. It's a little long. That's a big problem with a lot of Danger Days. And I'm generally a longer song proponent. I think that songs needing to be like 2.5, 3 minutes flat now kind of sucks. The songs on Danger Days are kind of too long. There's a lot of 4.5 minute tracks on here, and not all of them need to be. Yeah, Scarecrow is, I think, a B. I think because it's so funky, it's higher than Sing. Genders, why do you need 9 letters? That's good. Yeah. I don't even know. The only positive association I have with Scarecrow is that there's the one person on Reddit who's like #1 Scarecrow fan and brings up Scarecrow and everything. So that cracks me up. But Yeah, it's lower than Party Poison, higher than Sing. I'd rather listen to Skylines, I think, because it's, something. But I'll put it above the demos for production's sake. What do we got? Summertime. Sometimes another one like Bulletproof Heart. Maybe I was just in a different mind space in my youth. Summertime at my wedding. That's the perfect place to play it. It is. The one of the clearest memories of Summertime for me is when I was when me and my girlfriend were dating when we were in different schools, but the schools were really close to each other. So I very distinctly remember walking from school to school, listening to Summertime, and stupidly enough during the spring, and that vibe is like very seared into my mind, and so I do have a lot of positive associations with this song. It is, I think I'm an angrier person now, and it is. The connection to it has waned a little bit, but I do like what it is in terms of like Gerard writing it. I like the lyrics. It's a very pleasant song. But it has faded a little bit for me. I think she gets a different school. Yeah. But yeah, I think probably like a low A tier is as much as I can do for Summertime right now, and that's kind of just out of loyalty, brand loyalty to Summertime. Oh my god, that quote's gonna drive me crazy. What is that from? I know that very, very distinctly, but I cannot place it. While in the meantime, because there's this whole stream delay, I'm gonna try to find a place for Summertime. I think like right here. I think it is like borderline. All right, so yeah, now I get to make my case for Destroya being a very close one to Save Yourself. Yeah, I mean Destroya just fucks. It's a great song. From The Office. Okay, why do I know that? I guess I know that from Friends or something, because I haven't actually watched much of The Office. Whatever. Either way, Destroya. Yeah, song bangs, super fun, really cool lyrics. I love the King Rat line, and then the back and forths of you don't believe in God and I don't believe in God. Cool lines, cool vibe. Yeah, I really, really like this song. It's pretty high up there. I think... Ooh, this is tough. It's lower than Save Yourself, I'll give you that. The Save Yourself is the best song on the album. Lower than Heaven. I think it's lower than Vampires. I need to remember like how much I love Vampires, because I do. It's kind of like we're getting close to I do know what a Rat King is. It is for whatever reason, it is like a specific thing with me and my girlfriend, because we like rats. But she has frequently made like logos for. She works at a haunted house as a costumer for a haunted house, and so like she's used a Rat King as a design, like a logo, and like we've talked about it in different ways. We have this whole world where this is getting like very stupidly into my own personal lore, but like we have this world of cryptids and stuff that we write stories and characters for. And for whatever reason, we made this landlord of this one place a Rat King, called King Rat. And he's just like very smiling friends coded, just like in a violently vibrating circle of rats that's just like so it like doesn't actually speak. It's like, all right, great, my landlord's here. So I don't know, dumb thing, really dumb. Yes, I do know what a Rat King is, and it is oddly important to me and my girlfriend. Anyway, so that's partially why I like Destroya. Yeah. I think I like right now where I'm at, I like Never Told You and Demolition Lovers so much that I think Destroya has to be under them. But it's close. I'm going to have to reevaluate this and see how I feel about that. Because there's very much a world where I can see Destroya being over Never Told You. It's close. It's close. I'll think about it. Kids from Yesterday, I have a grievance with this song. The grievance is that 2 of the 3 times that I have seen My Chem live, they've closed with this song. And 1 was enough for me. It's just a very... I do like the song. I will probably put it in like a low A or a high B. But there's certain lines in here I really like. I think it's really well written. It's just... There are moments of Danger Days and Conventional Weapons that are very of the time. Very 2010s feeling. This is a very 2010s feeling song to me in a way that kind of affects my opinion of it. There's like a certain almost intentional nostalgia and sappiness to it that doesn't always work for me. When I listen to it kind of in isolation, or even when I listen to it in the album, I think I appreciate it a little bit more. It's still a little long for me, but the thing is, I would not say for me it's the best closer, especially live. I do not feel that I have had a satisfying closing song from My Chem. And this is gonna be mean because we obviously talked about the stuff with Cancer earlier. The 3 times I've seen them, the first time they closed with Cancer, it was just G and the piano. Then the second 2 times it was Kids from Yesterday. I like ending on a bang. I want a big ending. So I would personally much rather have a Helena or a Famous Last Words, or even like a Venom. I don't think they super close with that, or a Vampires Will Never Hurt You. Like, that's the kind of ending I'm looking for personally. And so the fact that I've gotten like these kind of more emotional, lower key endings to the album, to their live shows, it hasn't worked for me personally. That said, I think Kids from Yesterday, that's how they close Maxwell's with Cancer. Yeah, I think my thing with that, with Cancer live, is that like I said, it was just G and piano. It was, again, very clearly at a time where Gerard was kind of done with the band, and his vocal performance was also not that great from what I remember. So it was like the whole show was really cool, and then it just kind of like slammed to a halt. So again, I love Cancer, and I also think it's being performed in a very fun, good way now, even if it undermines a bit of the emotion behind it. But it's just not what I look for in a closing song. So I think we're gonna go. We're gonna go high B. I think I can't justify myself putting it in A. I'll put it right under. Would I rather hear Disenchanted though? Because they're kind of similar in a lot of ways. No, maybe it's just falling down in B a bit. Because I think I like Disenchanted more. I'll put it over Black Parade, I think. Yeah, that's okay. All right, and then of course we got The Jam, Vampire Money. Fun song. Very fun song. I like it a lot. It's probably an A, like a low A. Yeah, I think that's somewhere around there is fair. I like it more than I could listen to it more than Summertime. I'll put it like right there. Honestly, not too much to think about there. It's just a fun song. But it is what it is. Like it's just a fun song. Then we got our 2 B-sides. We Don't Need Another Song About California. That is one that, like, the first time I heard it, I knew that I was like, yeah, it's not for me. And then I, for the first time in years, went and re-listened to it this morning. And I went, yeah, it's not for me. It's a pretty low one. I'm like having a hard time even remembering it. But like I know the vibe of it. This is kind of a C. I think I'm gonna put it like top of C. No, it might be lower than Best Day Ever. Go visit. You play when you go visit your friends in LA. Yeah, that's fair. Like it's a cute. The song itself is like a fun sentiment, but it just doesn't do it for me, especially compared to the other B-side. So let's figure out this first. I'll put it under Best Day Ever because there's parts of Best Day Ever that I like. 0% is S tier, my friends. I've always liked 0%. Whenever I don't remember when I first found it because it obviously is like an obscure Japanese only B-side basically. But I love it. It is super fun instrumentally. It almost has like Gerard's solo energy, which also Kids From Yesterday does as well. To me, that was like, okay, I can see why Gerard went in the direction he did. But yeah, 0%. It has like a good mix of Danger Days, conventional, Gerard solo stuff. I love 0% so much. And I'm so happy that there's an official release now and that they're playing it live. When they first put out the re-release, I was like, I swear to Christ, I know they are going to play this at their next live show during the B stage. And they did, and I was so sad that I was not there. 0% from the Dangerous tour where they played it once or twice. Yeah, I'm so happy it's back in rotation. It's a jam. It's S tier for me. And for the longest time, the only way I could listen to it was for like a kind of low quality YouTube rip from somebody with a Homestuck profile picture that is so distinctly seared into my brain. But now we have the official release, and I'm so happy. Where is it going? It is going in S tier. It's close to Save Yourself for me. I really like 0%. I think Save Yourself lyrically is a little more interesting. But it might be right under that. Yeah, I think it is. I'm not going to think about it too much because I've been streaming for a while. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good. Singing for Japan, I went back and re-released. Yeah, I personally re-released Singing for Japan. I went back and re-listened to this. It's a nice version. It's almost. I actually also kind of like forgot what this was specifically for. It's a weird thing in retrospect, and it does kind of highlight what Sing is, in that it's like this very sappy, sentimental thing that this was obviously done for a good cause, and the song is made with good intentions. But there's something that feels so commercial about it. And I think the reorchestration is nice, but I certainly can't put it higher than the original. I think it just has to sit right next to the original, because it just kind of is what it is. Anyway, we got the Mad Gear Missile Kid EP. These are all pretty fun. These are all basically conventional weapons songs, but they got a good vibe. I'm trying. I think I've already cursed, so it doesn't really matter. Fuck the Whole Wide World is really cool. We're coming back. Lesbian robots and S, absolutely. Fuck the Whole Wide World, actually kind of similar to 0% in terms of the vibe and the unless that's what you're talking about, because are they both about the androids? I forget. I'm not fully brushed up on my Danger Days comics lore. Fuck the Whole Wide World is really cool. It's a hot song. It's got a great vibe. It's like an A tier for me. Yeah, I really like Fuck the Whole Wide World. It's pretty high up there. Let me look at what we're talking about here. It's just the only thing it suffers in compared to a lot of these A tier songs is that the lyrics are not the most memorable to me, besides the like Kiss My Battery part and the title of the song. Maybe Around All the Angels in Monroeville. I don't know. I also feel a little weird putting it over Helena, but I think I can put it over I Don't Love You. Yeah, I think that's okay. The other two, I need to like make sure I remember properly. I do kind of mix them up because they are very much in the same vein. I know Black Dragon is the one is yeah, I drink juice while I'm killing, and it just like just super fast. Black Dragon is actually my least favorite of these. Masters of Ravencroft is catchy and fun. You got my Mick in the bun, look at the Mick in the dance. Like that's, yeah. I like both of them. I don't know if either of them escape B for me, really. They're both just fun songs. They're actually, you know what? I remember doing a ranking like this in the past and putting them near Party Poison, and that's exactly how I feel about it right now. They are just like, yeah, cool. That whole stretch, like I'm Not Okay through like Cubicles, is kind of like, which fittingly is like pure middle MCR, good songs, not super sticking with me. I would say I like Party Poison a little bit more because it is the definitive version of that, but these two are just kind of like right alongside it. All right, before we go into conventional, let's do a quick evaluation, see if anything's moving. I think right now we're looking okay. Sure. Summertime is kind of just sitting there. No, I'll leave Summertime at an A. That's probably going to be the cutoff, I would imagine, unless something from conventional steals it. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good with that. So, yeah, let's move on to conventional. And let's move on to, surprise, another S tier song. Boy Division rips. Boy Division is awesome. I remember this coming out and being like, God damn, like they still got it. This is another way, and it's Danger Days doesn't have a lot of those moments where it's like immediately punched in the face, like here's the song. And Boy Division has that. Boy Division, Gerard is yelling his throat apart. I love the La 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 La. Great song. They clearly love this song because they play it at like nearly anytime they can, or like if it's a really short B stage, then they usually play it. Yeah, I love this song. Boy Division sounds like Green Day. I can see it's like a Green Day at their angriest. There's a bit of Green Day throughout all of Conventional, I would say. I can see that vibe. I've never really thought about it. Yeah. Boy Division is an S. I like it a lot. We're already, I would say it's above Heaven Help Us. We're kind of looking in the save yourself 0% territory, I think. Loved your MCR video. Are you going to make another updated one? Yes, I am. I'm currently working on one now that's going to cover all of 2026, which is the Latin America shows. They played a couple festivals in the U.S., Europe, their U.S. tour now that they're like halfway through, and then their Asia tour, which I'm really curious about because that got delayed. That was supposed to happen in between Latin America and Europe. So I'm really curious what happens with the lore there, if they are still going to conclude everything at the Hollywood Bowl. I assume they will, and then the Asia tour is just going to be maybe like a repeat of the Moat or the Long Live or something like that. But yes, I am working on it. I'm recording it in pieces because the video is going to be like 3.5 hours long, probably. It's going to be really long. I'm going to try my best to work on it in chunks so that when the Asia tour is done in December, I can finish the video in a couple weeks and have it out before the end of the year. But that's the plan. Let's see. I'm thinking about where Boy Division goes. Also, thanks for watching the video. I think I like it. I'll put it right here. I think that's okay. Then we got, yeah, can't wait. I'm waiting for them to come to Australia. Yeah, Australia kind of got the short end. I mean, yeah, hopefully they find a way to get down there, whether it's just a festival or something. But it really is like they've gone all over the world, but Australia and even chunks of Europe kind of got screwed too, because Europe was really just like UK heavy. But what can you do? I'm sure there's reasons. Hopefully they make it out there. Anyway, Tomorrow's Money. I never really think about this song. I in my brain, whenever I try to think of Tomorrow's Money, I just start thinking of Make Room, which in my opinion is like the more definitive version of this concept. It's okay. It's an okay song. It's a B tier. It's very much along that Party Poison line. Do I like it more than Party Poison? No, I think Party Poison has a stronger chorus. But I do think it's stronger than the Mad Gear stuff. Ambulance, which they started playing live recently. Very surprising. It amuses me that they chicken out of the harmonies live, but I totally understand. I would not want to do those harmonies either because they need to be spot on. They should have replaced it with like a vocoder or something, maybe. I don't know. I really like Ambulance. Cool song. Maybe like a high B, low A, somewhere around there. Yeah, it's like a summertime-ish song. Cool chorus. Yeah, it's a cool little driving song. There's some songs that are always in like playlists if I'm in a car, and Ambulance is kind of one of those. Do I like it more than Planetary? Because that's the real question. Right now, I kind of do. I kind of do like Ambulance more than Planetary. And I think I like it more than Summertime. So I think it's actually going to sneak its way into A, but not much higher. Yeah, that's okay. And then Gun. The song, the premise and rating and title of the song cracked me up. Gun. I love if I ever had like soundboards for streaming and stuff, I absolutely would take Gerard at the end of the song just saying gun, and that's it. Um yeah, very funny song. It's like a C to me. I don't love Gun. Weird, just a weird like groove to it. Yeah, weird song. Um it's like a C, yeah. I'd say it's because of how silly it is. I like it more than California. Um, Best Day Ever is kind of a mess, but Gun is weird. I'll put it under Best Day Ever. World is then we have our slow jams from conventional. I like how they released this, by the way. I think they chose good pairings. They chose like sibling songs. Of the two, I think. Oh, I forgot World is Ugly live versions on here. This is just going in here. We don't need it. I think it is like distinct in some way, but whatever. I just missed it during the stream prep. Yeah, World is Ugly is the weaker song to me. Of between that and Light Behind Your Eyes. I think it's another one of those like, oh, hey, it's a 2010 song, baby. Like there's a couple of those. And yeah, it's just okay. It's like a B. I like the sentiment. It's cute. Where did Disenchanted go? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong album cover. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, it's almost Disenchanted-y, but I like Disenchanted way more. I think it's lower than the jams, like the Party Poison kind of realm. This is another one I don't really listen to all that much. Skylines, it's kind of close to that for me. Scarecrow's kind of cool though. I'll put it above the demos. Yeah, that's okay. So then, thus going to Light Behind Your Eyes. This gets closer to A for me. I think that the sentiment is really nice. The instrumentation's interesting. High AF Lullaby. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice song. I certainly don't dislike it. Again, I dislike very few songs on this of MCR's discography, if any. I think me personally, the emotion behind Light Behind Your Eyes hits me a little bit better. I think it's the sentiment of like, I don't know, the world is ugly, but you're beautiful to me is a line that just doesn't have a lot of power to me. There's this weird thing of like songwriting where certain phrases or certain terminology has power or doesn't have power for me. And I was in a band for the last few years, and I had this thing where it's like my singer would come in with a song and there'd be one or two words where I'm like, no, it's not strong. It's not a strong word. And in terms of like phrases, the world is ugly, but you're beautiful to me. It's just kind of trite to me, even though it's sweet and it resonates a little bit. It's just kind of like, yeah, okay. Meanwhile, Light Behind Your Eyes, the sentiment of still like being for somebody and loving somebody, but like this kind of like, I don't know, more caring, protective side of it, as opposed to just like, you're beautiful, babe. I like Light Behind Your Eyes more, and I don't like any songs except for not, or dislike any songs except for Not That Kind of Girl. Yeah, I agree with that. I almost do kind of want to make a D tier for Not That Kind of Girl, because there is a gap between that and Interlude even. We'll see. I might make D tier. But yeah, Light Behind Your Eyes, I like it a good bit. I still have a hard time putting it over Disenchanted, which is the kind of like ballad, like, or it's one of those like ballad kind of like marking places. I don't know what the term would be, of just like, yes, here's the metric, like, what level of ballad are you? Mama's held here. Yeah. um okay, yeah, Light Behind Your Eyes, I don't know if I can put it higher than Disenchanted, but I'll put it belongs with Disenchanted and Kids from Yesterday. I think it does. um and I don't think I can't put it higher than Black Parade or Not Okay either. I don't think. I'll put it above Fashion Statement. I think that's okay. Oops. There we go. Then we got number 4, which is my second favorite, I would say, of the groupings. Kiss the Ring. Oh, after we're talking about Dagger, I want to theorize about how the Hollywood Bowl is going to end. Yes, totally. In fact, I'll move Dagger to the end so that we segue naturally. Anyway, Kiss the Ring. I really like Kiss the Ring, and I don't know if it's because it's an MCR song. I just like songs that go like that. I mean, Detroit Rock City is basically what I just did. That kind of like gallopy kind of. That's not even gallopy. Gallopy is more like Iron Maiden, like I don't know, that kind of vibe of song I really like. I really like Kiss the Ring. Cool song. Probably A tier. I don't think it can go beyond Famous Last Words, just because lyrically it is like, it's not super interesting. I think lyrics is what holds this song back. So I think like bottom half of A probably. Let's see, what other A songs get a little weak lyrically? FT Triple Dubs. Yeah, it's above that. I'll put it right above that, just because I think Helena has too strong lyrics to, or at least too strong chorus to do that. Kiss the Ring's chorus isn't even that great. It's fine. Make Room. I like this one. It's fun live. It's a fun, different take on the everybody wants to change the world part. And it is weirdly influential for me. Like, when I think of this kind of brand of rock music, I think of Make Room. So I think I gotta give it an A. But I don't like it that much more than Kiss the Ring, if I even do like it more than Kiss the Ring. I think all of those kind of belong together. No, because I kind of like I Don't Love You more. But I'd say I like Make Room more than Jet Set. Yeah, I think that's okay. Uh, um, Louder or Wake Up. I think it's I think you're talking about Wake Up, but I can't remember. Because since I only have like a 40-minute WAV file with no song names. I'm not super familiar. I guess since we're talking about it for just a second, I'll finish conventional, then I'll talk about Paper Kingdom, because I guess technically that would have been next. And Fake Your Death is off of it. So yeah, I'll talk about it there for a second. But yeah, Make Room I'm going to put above Jet Set. And yeah, there's now the bloat of A is really starting to happen. Excuse me. Surrender the Night. I don't love this song. You can really feel the Jersey. You can really feel the like Bon Jovi, as well as the 2010s. It's like My Chem taking those two things and making a song out of it. I don't love Surrender the Night. Yeah, I'll put War over there, sure. Yeah, Surrender to the Night just doesn't really work for me. It might even be a C. It's like top of C. I like it more than Best Day. But it's just like a song. It's one of the like least MCR songs to me. Yeah, Drowning Lessons is still pretty MCR. I think it's going top of C. I can't really explain why I dislike it. I think it really is because it just lacks MCR personality a little bit too much for me. It's funny because if you look at this, it's like, for the most part, you got like Danger Days, or you got like a 3 Cheers and Black Parade up on the high end. Danger Days is a little bit in the middle, stretches. It's kind of all over the place. And then Conventional Weapons, there's like one in every category. Burn, yes, you're correct. Burn Bright is great. Cool chorus, cool verses, great start, good emotion behind it. What's the bridge like? I'm trying to remember. It gets really soft for a second, and then it's like, I mean this every single way. Yeah, this is a cool song. It's an A, I would say. It's not quite S for me, but it is high A, higher than Kiss the Ring. Sorry, I gotta clear my throat. Give me a second. I'll mute the mic. Okay. Where's this going? It might be like top row. Kind of drum led like Cemetery, so I'm inclined to put it near there. I don't think it goes past the end. Cemetery is a really cool, like, distinct song. Do I like it more than Bulletproof? Not really. Bulletproof has some great... It's close to Bulletproof, though. I'll put Burn Bright right in front of Cancer. Again, Cancer is like a tough one to move. And Nana's really fun. I'll put it right here. I think that realistically that could move up, but I think that's a fair spot for it. And so that is Conventional Weapons, and I don't think I really need to move much around here. We got 2 in C, 3 in B, 4 in A, 1 in S. So yeah, I think that feels about right for Conventional Weapons. All right, so I'll do these 2 songs from technically from Paper Kingdom, and then I'll talk about Paper Kingdom a little bit. It's another spot we might have some disagreements here. Fair warning. Well, I guess I'll kind of start to talk about it now, because I don't love either of these songs. I think Fake Your Death is primo 2010s. The stomp clappiness of it, I just don't get. It doesn't work for me as an MCR song. I think the acoustic guitar is really nice on this. Yeah, even in hold on. I didn't see this other from Jen here. Oh, we have some disagreements already. While I'm talking about this, I would love to hear what you want to fight me on, because I'm willing to move some. I can be swayed, but I'm not going to be swayed from like a B to an A probably. Anyway, yeah, Fake Your Death just doesn't fit into anything really, into Paper Kingdom, into MCR's grander discography. It's weirdly like self-discussive. It's a weird song. It's kind of a C for me. The chorus is okay, and I appreciate the lyrics more when I had to apply them to the kind of themes of the latest tour. But I do not like Fake Your Death very much. I have the vinyl though. Yeah, Fake Your Death is like a C, I think. Yeah. Lyrically it's more interesting to me than Surrender the Night though, so it's gonna go there. And then War Beneath the Rain, so I'll kind of talk about Good Guys Still Get Paid. Yeah, that's great. I am not the biggest fan of Danger Days. Save Yourself as a B tier. See, you're in enemy territory here, because that's a very beloved song for me and the Cobra King. But I really do understand why Danger Days wouldn't connect for MCR fans. I just happen to get into MCR through Danger Days, and so it is a very important album to me. And I like a lot of the songs off of it. I think I've been a little more fair to it over the years and dropped it a little bit. I think Ambulance is peak 2010s in a bad way more than Fake Your Death, but that's just me. They're kind of two sides of the same thing. I can see what you mean, though. I think Ambulance at least has the kind of rock energy I need from MCR. But I can see what you mean off of like the harmonies and stuff like that, especially. Yeah, for me, Fake Your Death and Surrender are much worse offenders. But there is like there is those kind of strings of 2010s-ness. It's the Thousand Gerard. Yeah, yeah. Layers upon layers of Gerard. Partially written in 2007. Interesting. I mean, part of it's probably just production. It was. Oh yeah, I guess so. I guess it is. It is a little bit. It is technically a little before the 2010s, huh? Because the All Convention, which Surrender is too, but late 2000s was already kind of getting that sound. I would say, if we're like starting to kind of like pedanticize about the eras of my canon of music, I think Conventional, you can definitely tell is like a late 2000s to early 2010s rock song, and then Fake Your Death feels post 2010s in a bad way to me. It feels like when we started, it's like the millennial core stuff that people make fun of that isn't even all bad. It's just that very like big stadium sounding stomp clap kind of stuff. It's like, why? How did this get into my chem song? But again, as I said up front, I don't hate the only one of these that I don't even hate any of them. I dislike Not That Kind of Girl just because I think it's a mess. And it's like, thank God that they never did anything with it. I do really appreciate where you've put some of the Living with Ghosts. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, Emily and All the Angels vibe, like they have a very interesting vibe. They fit in very well with like Heaven Help Us. And I like that. I like that a lot. Let's see where. Oh yeah, we're talking. Oh yeah, so yeah, speaking of like 2010s, the biggest bane of existence in music to me in the 2010s, particularly the later 2010s, was ballads. I went to school for music, like college, and it felt like that period of like 20. Well, so I started in 2014, like 2013 to 2019, even kind of 2020. It was like you could not escape boring ass singer-songwriter ballads. It was what a lot of my classmates wanted to do. It was on in like the cafeteria all the time. It was driving me crazy that pop music got really boring. And to me, War Beneath the Rain, like it's not a ballad, but it kind of fits into that. So I'm sorry, the Cobra King. If this is like, you said that you really like Paper Kingdom. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was like one of like kind of an emotional core of that album. It does not work for me. Like when I heard that, sorry, my brain's going all over the place. They played it live and I was like, holy shit, they're playing Paper Kingdom songs. What the fuck? Like I was losing my mind. And then they played it. I was like, oh, okay. Like, well, I guess, the Paper Kingdom was what it needed to be then. It's just like more of that World is Ugly, Light Behind Your Eyes. Like, yeah, I would probably say the live version is better. But it's like, I can see where that song came from Conventional Weapons, and it's just not what I'm interested in. I can't, I don't know. I'd feel mean calling it a C because it's not a C. I just don't necessarily care about it. I think it's like a low B for me. So here's where I talk about Paper Kingdom. I guess my disclaimer, my legal disclaimer is, I'm not sharing the Paper Kingdom anywhere. And don't leak it. It's bad and illegal, I guess. But as I said up front, I have listened to it because when the like super ultra leak happened a couple months ago, I literally just like opened my computer and it was like, hey, here's the full album wave. And I was like, well, okay, sure, fair enough. I think I said this earlier too. I think if MCR had released the Paper Kingdom, I think it would have affected their legacy. And it would not have like hurt it or like ruined it or anything, but I don't think it would have helped it. I think maybe because the original intent with Paper Kingdom was, of course, that it was going to be a big theatrical live show with like characters and sets and stuff. I think tied into that narrative, I think maybe then it would be like, whoa, MCR is doing something really cool. A lot of the songs on Paper Kingdom are very messy to me, are lyrically all over the place. The tone is a little inconsistent between when they're using the orchestra or going for a super fuzzy rock thing. This kind of stuff Gerard likes to do. From Which to Narita. See, now that's interesting because my favorite stretch is, what is the song called? It's right before Dive, and it's the song that they used a clip of for the end of like one of the Return trailers. It's like the piano song. Or is that what you're talking about? Like I said, I don't know the names. I thought Which is like the second song, isn't it? Paper Swords, yes. So Paper Swords, I like a good bit. And then Dive, I love. Dive is like, if I were to rank Paper Kingdom songs, Dive would be like S tier or high A tier. I love Dive. It is so bleak and like it's just very visceral in a way that I think the conventional weapon stuff, a lot of Danger Days, some other stuff, it loses that very visceral, brutal thing that MCR can capture. Dive is dark, and I like it because it also is like weirdly groovy. I love Dive. And then I would say Dive and Paper Swords, along with that, Perfectly Well is really good. I think that's a cool ender. Cool closer. I think it's a nice, I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's like just a nice conclusion but there's still this kind of like tension to it. I like the intent behind it. I really like that. Outside of those songs, I had a hard time connecting with most of Paper Kingdom. I think Birthday Girl, I'd have to like be reminded of it. The third song, the one after which I enjoy, it's like almost Emily-ish. I think those two songs come from a similar vein. I like that one as well. So I know I just said I liked like a quarter of the album, but but there's some songs on here where I really check out, or on Paper Kingdom where I really check out, and I'm just like, yeah, it's probably okay that this wasn't like an official release. But you know, I mean, some people fell off on Danger Days. Some people fall off on Black Parade. I can't fathom that. I don't know how. I guess it's just people who really like Bullets and Three Cheers. But Bike Thief, yeah, I like Bike Thief as well. But you know, everyone has a falling off point at some point, I guess, to certain extents. And I would say if Paper Kingdom was a more official release, then that would be the first crack in the armor for me of like just not there. There's only a couple things on there that really resonate with me or interest me in a musical sense. That's the other thing, is like where is Frank on the album? This is like, I don't know what was going down or what, but like it's just there. It's very much the. I assume Jamie would be playing the piano on it. It's very much like, it feels to me like a Jamie, Jared, and Gerard album, rather than so much the rest of the band. But that's just me. Every MCR album, including that, is somebody's favorite. It just doesn't particularly work for me, except for Dive, which is a phenomenal song. And then let's I want to save Foundations of Decay for last, because it is like the last, or no, I saved Dagger for last. I'll move Foundations and Dagger last. All right, let's I'm gonna kind of speed through these just because they're all kind of silly and I don't have a ton to say about them, and then we'll talk about Foundations, we'll talk about Dagger. Offering, I really like an Offering. I really wish it was an actually released song. I think it's better than Romance. I think it's like a better version of Romance. It's very similar, but I like the acoustic. I like the strings. The chants are super cool. Obviously, those reappear in Paper Swords. Yeah, I really like an Offering. I can't put it that high because it's not like a released song that they've done anything with. Sing Dagger to my children. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it's great. I hope you include some pyro. I don't know, some like hairspray and a lighter for the one part of it though. Yeah, and Offering's really cool. Like I said, I can't put it that high. I'll just put it above Romance. Yeah, that's good. Someone Out There Loves You. Cool song. Doesn't do a ton for me. It's like a B tier. It's like a Death Wish. Yeah, it's somewhere around there. That video is so funny. They are drenched in sweat. Do I like it? No, I'd say I just don't like. I've never listened to it a ton, so it hasn't stuck with me very much. I'll put it like it does kind of belong with this. I actually kind of like Party at the End of the World more. I'll put it right there. Party at the End of the World is like an interestingly written song. I might move that up. Do I like it more than World's Ugly? The single note kind of like recording quality of it isn't amazing. I do like it though. Sister to Sleep, cool early song. I mean, when they were playing it back in the Swarm tour, it was sick that they were playing it. It is a cool song. It kind of belongs around someone out there loves you though. It's another one of those. I would say I still love Party at the End of the World. Yeah, it's like right there. It's just an kind of early, angry Mike M song. It's not bad. It's not bad, but I like the other stuff more. And then The Drugs did not do anything for me. When I re-listen to it, I very much forget that song exists. It's just pretty generic Danger Days, conventional weapons type of stuff. It's kind of a C tier for me. Maybe if for no other reason than I just don't remember it. Yeah, I'll put it in C. I like it more than Gun, I guess, just because Gun's a weird song. Yeah, sure. Eagles is pretty great. I can't lie. The one thing that worries me. Okay, have they ever said why it's called Everybody Hates the Eagles? Is it because of the Philadelphia Eagles? Because that feels like something that Frank would do. And if so, I'm offended. No, it is cool though. It's a jam. When I was like first going through all of their discography, I was like, what is this? And I listened to it. I remember the first time I had heard it is that they tag it onto Mama sometimes during the Danger Days tour. And that's really cool. Hates Hotel California. Okay. Cool. Great. Me and Mr. Lero can be friends then. Yeah, Eagles is pretty good. I don't know if I can go as far as S, just because it is like barely a song. It's just a sick riff, and some cool like lyrical concepts. I saw him in Philly talking shit. Yeah, I guarantee, because they're North Jersey boys too. They're not. If they were South Jersey, they'd for sure be more Eagles people. But they are much more North Jersey, which is essentially an extension of New York, as South Jersey is an extension of Philly. New Jersey doesn't exist actually. And so yeah, I'm sure he is much more of a New York sports person. So I can absolutely imagine, and to be fair, the Eagles fans are pretty insufferable. But I'm from Philly, so fuck you. Either way, yeah, I'm sure he has some strong fans about the Philadelphia Eagles. You know what I'm saying, New York. I have no beef with New York, except for I cannot be in New York City for more than like half an hour before I start losing my mind. To be fair, I'm always just like around Times Square, Manhattan, or whatever. So I probably just would need to be in different parts of New York. But every time I've had to go there has been a sensory nightmare. Anyway, neither here nor there. Everybody Hates Eagles. Pretty good. You work on Wall Street? God. could not be me. I do not have the fortitude. I'm perfectly happy with my average sized city, Philadelphia. Go Birds, cheesesteaks, dickhead. Just Philadelphia stims. Anyway, where am I putting this song? It's barely a song. I like Everybody Hates the Eagles as much as the next person, but like, how high can I put it? It's a jam. It's both interpretations of the word. It is a jam. I love listening to it, but it's a jam. It's a jam session. It's a noise jam. It's gotta be A. I can't put it in S. I'm sorry. I'll put it like, if it was like, if there was ever like a slightly more set version of it, I'd be higher on it. I'll put it above Burn Bright. I think that's okay. I'm okay with that. Oh, here we go. We were talking about this earlier. All I Want for Christmas, the Gerard Way, early Gerard Way version. So here's the thing with this. I listen to this every Christmas. I love this song. You put most things above Burn Bright, so we're making progress. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I listen to this song all the time for the holidays. As stated earlier in the chat, Gerard's vocal performance is, I guess, let's say a bit rough, to put it nicely. Obviously, when the band kicks in more, it at least fits in a little bit more. But the intro is something. And I think it's only really noticeable because it's a Mariah Carey song. So you go from the original, like, technical masterpiece, vocally, to little old Gerard Way doing his best. Yeah. Like, legitimately, I could jokingly sing it right now, and it would probably be about at the level of vocal quality. It doesn't bother me that much. I do enjoy it. Like, it's probably still like a B for me. Because it's just fun. I'll have to go through some Gerard-isms on some of these, because by far my favorite Gerard-ism is on The Five of Us Are Dying. When they wheeled us in Buckarney. It's like, why are you singing like that? Your Jersey doesn't talk like that. But yeah, more than you can ever know. It's just, yeah. Yeah, it's a whatever. All I Want for Christmas is B tier. Where can I put that? I guess I should put it right around Five of Us Are Dying, because it's just like, here's this freaky little dude singing his songs. I mean, I care more about it than like Someone Out There or a Sister. I'll put it under Party. Come on, work with me. There you go. Yeah, real quick. I want to do a quick scroll through of like. No, because I said I would go through for like favorites or like top 10 MCR sound moments. I'll go through Gerardisms when I do that. I'll take a brief detour into that before we talk about Dagger, just so we don't get too hung up. Actually, Dagger might be a part of that, so we'll talk about it. Anyway, the actual song of the season. Every snowflake's different, just like you. Where do I put this? So it's like a B tier? I don't know. Again, how do I separate this from like the concept of MCR on Yo Gabba Gabba ripping off their own song Scarecrow for the bridge of this song? Yeah, Proto Scarecrow, exactly. What? No, this had to have done every snowflake. Versions. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's like a B. Like, where can I put this? I don't know. I'll put it. It's like, yeah, it's legitimately, it makes me feel the same way only for me. It was before Scarecrow. That's so funny. That is so funny. That's the kind of shit I would do. Is I would have like 2 seconds of a song that I wrote for shits and giggles that I'm like, oh, this is dope. I gotta reuse this. I'll put it, well, okay, I'm not going to put it above the Charity song, so I'll put it right here. All right, now we're getting into. I'm gonna I'm gonna fast forward two things real quick. Astro Zombies and Common People, they're just kind of covers to me. Neither does anything special, all that special for me. So they're like low B's because it's just like, yeah, whatever. Like, I don't necessarily care that it's MCR doing it. Where am I putting these? Yeah, like I just gotta find somewhere in low B to do it. They are just there. I guess I'll put them at the bottom of B. I'll put Common People lower just because I like that song individually, and so I don't need My Chem to cover it really. All right, so we got. I'll do the covers in a slightly more correct order. All right, Under Pressure. I really like this. I really like this version of the song. The drums are just such a great groove. And there's just some cool parts going on. I like Used Man Bert's voice. Mr. The Used. Yeah, it's a cool song. And like the intent of it is like interesting, that it is like this modern kind of crossover within the genre, compared to like Bowie and Mick Jagger. It's good. It's like a high B, maybe. Again, it's a cover. There's only so much I can give it. So get such a kick out of pitching to Mikey. Yeah, Mikey on tambourine is great. The same thing when they would play. I know there's like a Letterman or a something where they played Cancer live and Mikey's just there on tambourine because I think Ray is playing bass or something. The only thing that brings it down is that the original was done by. Oh right, it's Freddie. Yeah, it's fucking Freddie. It's not Mick Jagger. I'm thinking of Dancing in the Streets with Mick Jagger. What am I doing? It's yeah, that's who it is. You're right. Duh. I'm gonna cover that song in October. How did I forget it was fucking Queen? Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. It's like a beast. It's like a B tier song. It's good. I like it. It's a cover. And yeah, it's hard to beat Freddie Mercury. I'll put it around I'm Not Okay, I think. Yeah, that actually right there feels good to me. There we go. But now Desolation Row, I believe, I'm looking through, that's got to be their best cover, right? I mean, that is the song that they very much have claimed. Yeah, that's got to be an A tier. Yeah, it has to be. It's so good. It's actually, and it's that I know that was like a kickstart to them kind of getting back in the studio. I can very much see that being this kind of encapsulation of a lot of their eras and moving towards Danger Days and conventional and stuff like that. The Desolation Row music video defined my sexuality. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Probably the best that it might be the best they've ever looked in a music video. It's possible. I'm trying to think. What other music videos were there? Short Hair Army Boy Gerard is pretty good looking. What was it? I could and they fought the cops. Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah. I have just printed photos from the show people too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, damn, it's just a good look. Thank you, Zack Snyder. It's the one. Gonna be a little mean. It's the one good thing you've done. So it's a lie. He's done some okay things. Just splashed water on my damn glasses. Yeah, that's probably the best they've ever looked. I'm trying to think. Gerard's got some good like faces in the Sing music video, but yeah, it's hard to beat. It's hard to beat Desolation Row. I had to look at the name of it. I was like, Demolition Row. No, that's not right. Um, we love hot people in this chat. And everyone's beautiful. Oh, except if you're a piece of shit. Anyway, where's Desolation Row going? It's going in A. I do really enjoy listening to it. I feel like it's like around that not type of tier. I don't think it's breaking that top half necessarily. Yeah, let's say I could put it over Bulletproof Heart. I think that's okay. It's a jam, and it's always fun to listen to. All right, so now let's start to wrap this up. Because so we want to talk about Dagger lore. Yeah, except it's hard. Yeah, exactly. We want to talk about Dagger lore after, so I'm trying to think of the order of which I should do these things. I think we'll talk about Foundations. We'll talk about like some top MCR sound clip moments, and then we'll talk about Dagger and lore. So, Foundations of Decay. This was like the coolest birthday present ever. I think it came out like either the day before or the day of my birthday in whatever it was, 2022 or whatever. So hype. And then I was like, oh, this is a good song. Like, sure. And then I kept liking it more and more and more. And then I saw it live when I saw them in 2022. And you are absolutely correct. It's S tier. It is so good. It's such a good vibe as an opener to a show. I'm just moving up here so I can see. As an opener to a show, it is like phenomenal. The vibe is awesome. The breakdown's really cool. Neat lyrics. Yeah, great song. I don't think I can put it super, super high in S because I think other songs are a bit stronger altogether. I think I'm going to put it like over Dead, maybe. No, it's a little, it is, I've really loved Destroy It. I would say right now Foundations hits a little harder for me. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of good lines in that, and yeah, that might be one of the most impactful. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's you must fix your heart, and you must build an altar where it swells. It's so good, so good. So yeah, S tier. I'm gonna put it over Dead. I think I'm gonna put it over Destroy It. I'll put it over Demo. Yeah, that's okay. It's moving up the ranks. I don't know if it can beat Vampires for me. Just like, I don't know. It's like the battle of the vibes. They're two very distinct and very specific vibes. No, because I don't know if I can have it beat What I Do for a Living. The end of that song is phenomenal, but then parts of Foundations are phenomenal. It's tough. It's a tough placement. I think for the yeah, and then the end is so good. For the intensity of Never Told You, I gotta put it right here. We'll see. Maybe I will move it around. I'll do one final look after Dagger. But anyway, so quick interlude. I wanted to go through for like a kind of a loose top 10 / just naming some of like my favorite audio moments or sonic moments, which kind of include the lyrics of these songs. So let's look at some top tier stuff. I think Mama's full of them. I weirdly think the chorus of Mama is kind of weak. And by weak, I mean the weakest part. It's still, obviously, I think it is my favorite song still. I'm not going to bump up Disappear. But it's just, okay. Gremlin voice, yes, that is absolutely one. The the heavy verse right before the breakdown, the guitar of that, like that sticks in my head forever. The breakdown with the sirens is sick. And then I would say if I had to pick one moment of Mama, it is the piercing harmonic into "But there's shit that I've done with this fuck of a gun." It's just, like that is just like rip my shirt off, like Christ. That is hard to beat. But I of course do like "To my legs and to my tongue." That is good. Let's see, is change to play the verses. They mix up the verses very well. I mean, it just even more like, as usual, Frank is an expert of just adding in little auxiliary harmonic parts, melodic parts. So yeah, let's say I'm gonna say shit that the shit that I've done is up there. Disappear is like the entire middle of the song I do love Disappear. I like it is so close to being my new favorite MCR song. I'm playing through the song in my head, and it's just like every note, every moment of the song I love. It is so exactly what I'm enjoying listening to right now. It's like dark and heavy, but still just like has a bunch of really cool parts and melodic stuff going on. Ain't no sun. Yeah, you ain't no sun, minding mama. Yeah, that's absolutely another good one. Or you know what? Well, no, because Mama. Actually, you know what? That's where I will keep Mama as my top song, because Mama's lyrics have some raw ass shit in it. It's got all the stuff we named, as long as we're meant for the flies. And right now they're building a coffin your size. And then you obviously have the whole next part, which has become like this whole thing in the MCR fandom. So yeah, I'll leave Mama at the top for the lyrics. But yeah, Disappear, the light part of the bridge into the breakdown, into the So You Can part, and then through the rest of the song. All the different drum stuff going on. It's just, like, sonically, it is absolutely one of my favorite MCR songs. Thank You for the Venom. The moment from that is just the beginning of the song. Like, just smacks you right in the face. Perfect. Sleep, the wake ups. That's a absolutely top 5 MCR moment. Screaming wake up. So good. And then that kind of the softer part at the end. Yeah, so yeah, those are all excellent. Does House of Wolves really have a moment like that? The cutouts are cool. I don't want to like go through every song's lyrics, because I'm sure we'll be here forever. Yeah. I mean that tracks for sure. House is the best part. Yeah. That's pretty good. I there might be other sonic moments for me that are a little stronger personally, but that's up there. Save Yourself, like I said earlier, you motherfucker, whoa, that's great. That's just a fun tiny little moment. Let's see. Yeah, let's fast forward a little bit. Heaven Help Us's intro is very strong for me. That's a very vibey, good moment. Vampire, the build. Yeah, Run from the Devil. Yeah, I mean, just hot, sexy, good part of the song. For a second, forgot we were talking about the devil. It's like, why would I run from Gerard? It's like, yeah. Also, let's be real. If Gerard wanted to fight me, I could take him in a fight. I don't know. Never mind. I was gonna go on some very stupid tangent that had nothing to do with anything. Yeah, Devil's a cool guy. Anyway, where was I? Vampires. The build up from the intro of vampires into that first like explosion, you'll put a spike in my heart. That's great. I don't think we've crossed any like horrendous Gerardisms yet, right? No, I don't think so. We all the moaning of Destroya, fantastic moment. Woody Woodpecker, obviously. Prison's got some good stuff in there. You got the Burt giggle. And do you have the keys to the hotel? That's pretty sick. Let's see. Now I'm just going to do a quick cursory look here just to see what else. Gerard's high note on Famous Last Words towards the end. That's a moment for sure. I think we can kind of keep fast forwarding here. Oh, there's some moment in Bury Me in Black that there's like a growl that Gerard has that really sticks in my brain, and I can't exactly remember it right now. Yeah, I can't remember what it is, but I love his vocal performance in Bury Me in Black. Make me do push-ups and drag. Yeah, great line. Let's see. Let's fast forward a little bit. Anything else here? The bridge of Nana is pretty. That's a pretty distinct moment. Jet, the way Gerard absolutely shoots the word punk. What's your favorite color? Punk. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that is a good one. Oh, his tongue roll on a photograph. I can't roll my tongue, so I can't do it. But would you sign this photograph? Yeah, that's great too. Jet Set's auto tune, I think, is very much a moment. It's such a weird thing. That's where you're starting to get a little bit of that Gerardism as well. Like to know your name. He says that kind of weird. Sugar. Yeah, Jet Set. That whole thing is definitely. You get a little bit of Gerardism in Desert Song because his throat is breaking during that last chorus. Well, one of the funniest MCR sound moments. Are you ready, Ray? Yeah. You, Frank? All right, baby. How about you, Mikey? Fucking Ray. That's pretty good. Yeah, no, I love that part of Jet Set. I think that part's very, very fun. Looking through. I'm sure there's other like very brutal Gerardisms that we're missing here. But I mean, yeah, the beginning of All I Want for Christmas is definitely the most intense of that. Party at not party. Five of Us Are Dying. Like I said, the funniest one for me forever is Buckerney. It's like, why no one has ever spoken like that in the history of the world. Gun, yeah, that very funny. Gun. Yep, yeah, that I do. Very, very good Boy Division line. See, in Boy Division, I would actually say the La La La's, or that's my moment of that song. Very fun. Very, very dramatic. Yeah, I'd say worst Gerardisms go to All I Want for Christmas, Five of Us Are Dying, and Not That Kind of Girl. Not That Kind of Girl is like, he woke up that day and forgot how to sing. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, if it wasn't for for copyright shit, I would want to play that right now to listen to it, because it is like, it is. Oh, speaking of, has my background music been stopped forever? Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna turn this off. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I think those are all hard. Yeah. Um. And actually, there's some Gerardisms, and there's some rough stuff on Paper Kingdom too. It's because it's a pretty raw recording. You get to hear you get some nice vocal cracks in the unfinished Fake Your Death. Some rough notes in there, which is fine. I mean, it happens, but it is like, whew. Yeah. So yeah, it's tough to pin down. Like if I had to do a pure top 5, it would probably be Disappears, Bridge, Sleeps, Wake Up, Vampires, the build of it. Oh, I never said, I didn't talk about it, I never told you, the break into the 3/4 section, Screaming I Tried. That's pretty visceral. And then I think there's like that like moment of pure ascent in Foundations of Decay after the breakdown, for the what is it? But the poison is the cure. You must fix your heart. Da da da. That guitar part. That whole thing. Excellent. Those are what immediately come to mind for like my top 5. Yeah, let's talk about Dagger real quick. So, Dagger, as a song, really like it. It adds a lot to the show. I almost dropped my phone because the chat's there. I really like Dagger. It's very foreboding in a cool way. It builds on the Mama well, which is great because Mama's already one of my favorite songs. It's not like S, because it is just kind of like, it's like the end. It can't exist really without Mama in its current form. So I'm going to put it somewhere in A. I'm going to put it lower than the end just for like the sake of it. I will put it. Gerard's going to set Dictator Secretary. I'll get there in 1 second. I just want to finish this off and put this down. Let me think. I do love Dagger. I'll put it above. I'll put it above Eagles. That's fine by me. And to go back to the other topic real quick. The walking the park section of Dagger is kind of a sound moment for me too. That I get really like affected by that. Like it's just a really pretty cool part of the song, and I think like with how shit the world is right now, the idea of like this vision of like the future of like, you know, the fall of a regime basically is very poignant. So I like that a lot. All right, so I'll recap this this in a second, but I'll talk about Dagger as it has been requested. Get that song out of ambulance. Yeah, tons of range in it, exactly. Yeah. All right, so lore wise, so yes, Gerard, who Gerard wants to stab. Here's the thing. So, in my theory video, I initially thought the walk in the park part sounds like a prayer. Yeah, it does. It's so hopeful, but hopeful in the way it's like we gotta do bad shit before it gets hopeful, kind of. It's very interesting. It's a very cool part. But yeah, so like originally I thought it was crystal clear that Gerard was planning to kill the dictator. Because you got this whole plot that the dictator's making them do this. They're not happy about it. They're not happy about the executions. They're getting slapped and beat up on stage and stuff like that, especially Gerard. And so it's like, okay, clearly he wants to do an assassination, take out the dictator, make the regime fall. Okay. My initial kind of things that were confusing to me is like, okay, what's the clerk's deal? The clerk must be like a prisoner also or something, which I was dead on about. And like maybe the clerk like also understands that things aren't great and has some kind of feeling like affection or feelings for Gerard. But he's not sure, doesn't want to give up his power and his safety. And then ultimately, he has to kill him, and he kills him with the dagger. And there's that kind of like almost mockingness to it. He's the clown. Yeah, that all fit together in my head perfectly in 2025. Now we have to. So what is the secretary for? So yes. So here's the thing. All of that theory. Yeah, and also now the secretary is out there during Dagger 2, and that goes into what I was going to say, which is our entire preconception about the relationship between the band of Gerard and Dragan the dictator. You're impressed with how much I got right. Thank you. I tried my best. Our whole impression with the role of the clerk and the secretary and the dictator and Gerard and the clown and all that all kind of gets completely shit on by the Moat storyline. Because what do we see in the Moat storyline? We see, and this is kind of a spoiler for my video, but whatever. I'm sure there's going to be changes by the time that video comes out. What do we see in the Moat storyline? Not only are the band and the clerk getting reconditioned, but the secretary, the manager, for lack of a better term, the guy who they just shot, and the dictator are all getting reconditioned. The dictator, the actor of the dictator, is wandering around at the U.S. shows in his like civilian clothes during Moat shows. So it's like, even if there's two options, and one gets into a lot more of a rabbit hole. Option one is that Gerard thinks that the dictator is the big bad. We can start to assume that he is not. And so there's kind of this conflict there and some narrative theming of like, who's the real bad guy, who like finding the true threat basically. The other option is if Dagger is happening at both shows, the dictator ain't real. The secretary ain't real. The people, all but one, who I'll get to, of the people that we see in charge aren't really in power unless they are like submitting themselves to reconditioning, which is possible. Then I think we need to start. Then this is not an assassination plot. This is something that the reconditioning is having Gerard do to maybe make him feel like he has power or has a goal. I'm not sure. Let me read the comment. On one of the screens in Mama, the dictator is also being tortured. Yeah, it's like like the dictator. I was already pretty sure about this last year, to be fair. Oh, hold on. I've missed some other things. Mr. Chain wants. Okay. I had to double check for a second that I didn't typo MCW because I was like, anyway. Yeah, so with the most recent story, it's like the storylines are merging together. Yes. I think, now this is one thing I still hold true from my original video. I do not think that we are talking like quantum mechanics time travel between two timelines. I do not think that's the case, and I've not ever really thought that that's the case. I think that these are this current story in the US pretty much seems linear. It looks like they're going out for the Long Live tour. they mess up, they send them back to the moat, they try to recondition them, and then they send them back. That makes sense with the podium. The podium is consistent with the markings on the podium, and the realization of all the members that they can't die, because Gerard, I guess, has started to break through to the clerk, showed Ray and Mikey, and then killed Frank, and they all kind of figured it out. The world is Gerard Way's psychosis, and we're all just hallucinations. Possibly. That's not the worst theory. I've been currently intrigued by a theory I saw that talks about my chem in the context of fourth dimensions. Basically the idea that like treating the world of the stage as if it is its own dimension with its limited understanding of reality. And there's this kind of like, because Gerard keeps saying, I can't see you, but I can hear you, and things like that. And it's like Gerard breaking the fourth wall, and Gerard becoming, not Gerard Way, the person, of course, but Gerard, the Black Parade character, becoming aware that not just that there's reconditioning or anything, but that this is an act being put on for people that are beyond his understanding, basically. Which, if that's the case, I don't know what that means for the lore or who would be taking a part in that. As I said earlier, if anyone who we have seen thus far is in charge, it would be Sylvia, because we don't see her get reconditioned. She's in charge of the moat, and she clearly has some kind of ego going on that she wants to be a big star and kind of get a bunch of adoration. When Marianne does stuff, she's like pissed off, and she's being super playing it up on stage with Gerard. If Gerard, one show, Gerard called her an evil fucking nurse, and she was like very unhappy with that. So like there's more to learn about Sylvia for sure. Very Slaughterhouse Five, right? Like being observed by aliens. Am I getting? I forget exactly like what you're talking about, but yes, that is what that is absolutely kind of what I'm thinking is that we are almost this alien thing, or like the way I'm going to partially going to describe it in the video is like there's this I think it's like a Carl Sagan thing. There's this description of like 2D and 3D reality where a two-dimensional thing tries to express three-dimensionality, or like if you try to express three-dimensionality to a 2D thing, it's just a line. It cannot understand it. And then this got played with by fans with Gravity Falls, where with Bill's origin story is he's a 2D thing, he becomes 3D. He tries to show them what it's like to be three-dimensional, and he rips the universe apart. And it's like that's the kind of like that kind of being unable to live in and understand a greater universe is kind of possibly what they're going for in this show. And in that way, it is like it's still the same. It's funny because it's like there's all of this lore stuff, and it all leads back to the same meaning that I've already discussed in my video, which is that we're treating the Black Parade like this thing that we can keep alive forever and use for our entertainment, and basically not acknowledge that MCR killed the Black Parade so that the Killjoys could live, and then furthermore MCR can just do what it wants to do. What is the dog for? Could you elaborate? I do not recall the dog. There's a dog in like some of the Drog TV stuff, right? Oh, right. Yeah, that's a great question. That's another weird thing is that the promo hasn't, I don't know. The promo is weird. The promo is really weird because it shows Drog as a pretty real place. unless they are like showing the dictator this like false world that is like actually like basically a painted backdrop, which is possible because it's all white, so that, you know, maybe they're lazy. That's why I think that, but the secretary's getting reconditioned too, and she certainly has some kind of agency over the dictator, because at the I think not the last show, but the show before, the dictator was wasted, and she was like trying to nanny him and make him act properly. So she is receiving, I think, some pretty direct orders, bare minimum. It is possible that the secretary and the manager are self reconditioning. They're putting themselves through it. But they are in fact actually people in charge with power over this world. It's possible. Because we have not seen the manager particularly in civilian clothes at all. We have only seen him in the suit. The secretary, she does wear civilian clothes, and she takes off, and she doesn't have the glasses in sleep. But like you said, actually both of them and the bloody gentleman are all very important in promo, especially 2026 promo, and she's been here since day one. But so has an opera singer, and is the opera singer a stand-in for Sylvia and or Marianne? There's a lot of that promo stuff is like, I'm not sure if they will specifically pay it off or not, but it is. And like, there's a bunch of other government people who they killed off, which I speculated was because they couldn't be unfeeling, which is kind of maybe lines up. Who were the baseball signs for? The secretary made baseball signs. Yeah. So again, it goes back to that chain of command, because you would think she's doing it to the dictator, but it's not really clear if she views her relationship to the dictator as she does respect him as a leader, or she's trying to keep him in line to act a certain way to appear like the dictator. And then, yes, of course, they shot the manager. I didn't see, so the last show was a moat show, and I don't think, was it a moat show? Or did they, I forget what it was. Yeah, I think it was a moat show. I'll have to check. I'll have to check and catch up. But I don't think he has returned yet. If the manager doesn't return, I will be very curious. I'll be very surprised. Yeah, it was the moat. Okay. Because that would basically imply that being on the stage perma kills you in this world. Like, they don't rebuild you after that. If the manager doesn't come back. If he does come back, then it's just further more characters figuring out that this is an act and a time loop or whatever it might be. Yeah, I don't know. It's my suspicion. I mean, the facts are the B stage is, now the B stage is the real world. The B stage is the real world is interesting because the MCR uses the B stage for their own act. And I've originally just thought about it as MCR trying to separate themselves from the Black Parade show. But it could be that it is a little bit more tied in than that. It could be that the consequences of the B stage are more real in this universe, and maybe that has something to do with the opera singers kind of crossing between worlds. But I'm not fully sure. The twins are on it. Yeah, they would also. Yeah, that's true, and they're pretty like. They're in everything too. They're in all the promo. They're very clearly kind of just like aesthetic. They're not props, but like, you know, they are supporting actors. I don't think they're going to have anything massive. So yeah, I don't know. I think here are the facts as I view them. The Black Parade is dying, and the Clark are dying and coming back to life. Whether that is by science or by time travel, like medical, whatever, like doesn't really matter at this time. It is possible that some of the prisoners are clones of the Black Parade because of that last show last year where they were dressed in the uniforms. As it was the last show besides a festival, I would assume that piece of lore is supposed to be pretty important. Let me pause and read this. There's also just the logistics of having 2 stages, only so many spaces on a baseball field. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, clearly sometimes they do a moat show because they can't have a B stage, and it's what it is. So yeah, I would say the most mysterious, the most complete unknown thing at this time are the robed figures. And Gerard, I think this last show was starting to measure one. So hopefully he's starting to figure something out about that. Maybe they'll take it off and it's supposed to be copies of the band. But I think figuring it, because the other thing with the robes is that they kind of tie into the Return Swarm stuff with the cultists. So it's like, is that involved? Or was that kind of storyline kind of dropped, like with COVID stuff? I don't know. He was measuring the clocks. I'm on it. I'm tapped in. As of right now, I've made notes about the first 3 of the new US shows. I was waiting to have another set of 3, and then I'll go through. But anything that's like a really big moment, I'll usually write down right away or like save a TikTok or whatever. I'm very happy actually. I'm having there's like in a comment section on TikTok, somebody said that they were trying to get a really clear recording of the loading screen of the eye. And so they're going to send that to me. So that's going to be sick. I'm really excited to get that. That should help a lot. So actually talking about the eye, you're basically getting the highlights of the video that I'm going to make, but it'll be put together much more than that. So talking about the eye, the thing that has been translated from the eye, and I'll have to go through and confirm it for myself, is that it says Ministry of Advanced Technology, which for the moat, which is like, and also Moat Corp, which are these kind of weird things where it's like Ministry of Advanced Technology kind of undersells what, like the moat's a jail. Like, why is there technology? And then Moat Corp is also weird. It's like, okay, so there's a business going on. And that's why people are thinking maybe there's Blind and Moat are working together. If there's a Danger Days connection, which I mean, there was like Danger Days body bags for the prisoners one time. So that's another possibility, is like, if we're not going so meta with it, then this is, as most people were thinking, a bridge between Black Parade and Danger Days. Let me read this comment. I find it funny that when they went on the Swarm tour, Gerard actually dressed up as some of the current characters like the nurse. Yeah, so that's the other thing, is like, is that there's been a lot of that. There's been a lot of the foreshadowing with the secretary outfit, the nurses. I think there's definitely a couple other things as well, but I can't, like, some things weren't necessarily costumes of character. Oh, there was like a kind of dictatory one. And some things weren't direct costume links, but it was like references to some plot point or lore or something. Blind comes after. I mean, yeah, that it's, but so here's the thing though. I also assumed that Blind came up from Drog blowing up the world. That Drog was basically a part of the Helium Wars or whatever they want to call it. But again, we don't know how much of that is real, and we see Blind logos on the screens in Mama, and there has been a Blind body bag. I personally don't think the Secretary Gerard outfit was that. It's just Gerard being androgynous. That's also possible. Things can be both. It could not be Gerard being a mastermind and trying to tease us on this story, but it could be Gerard has aesthetics that he likes and therefore dressed up as it, and also happen to include secretary characters. It's like how all the girls basically have like dark hair, middle parts, and glasses, and just certain other elements. I mean, Gerard has aesthetics that he likes. That is the case. Like all this retro Russian, retro Slavic stuff is all very Gerard. It kind of falls in line with the Umbrella Academy stuff. He's a man of simple tastes, and the tastes are obscure, weird 50s. So yeah, I don't know. It's really tough. I'm on one hand, I'm sad that I haven't been making smaller videos to keep up to date with each part, because then I can kind of get that like, oh, what's going to happen next? Tune in to find out, get more viewership probably. If I was monetized earlier in the year, maybe I would have done that. But I am actually happy that I'm waiting for the very end, because I want to have conclusions, and I want to have kind of like set theories and reads on this whole thing that I can't really get until it's over. I like what's because I also do Smash stuff, and it's like, yeah, it's fun to speculate, it's fun to make up Smash characters or video game ideas and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, eventually those will get proven wrong, and then that gets completely discarded. With this, it is more of a artistic interpretation and an essay that I'm making, and so I want to do so in a way that can be somewhat lasting. He falls to the knees of Sylvia, like, how? Yeah, no, dude, don't get me started on the secretary, man. I can't even. I can't. I can't deal with her and the chair drag and all that. I can't deal with it. I want to know how everything pans out, but I don't want it to be over. I'm scared they won't come back. Yeah, that's another thing, right? That's we really don't know what their future holds. It's at the bare minimum, it seems like they're having a lot of fun, and it seems like they love the band and love what they're doing again. Even if the story of this tour is kind of like, hey, fuck the music industry, it seems like they like what they're doing. Hopefully they will finally get it through their head that they have fans, because every time someone's like, hey, My Chem's one of the biggest things in the world, right? They're like, oh my God, like, I didn't realize, like, oh, I didn't think people would still be into us. It's like, what are you talking about? What do you want? So yeah, I don't know. I really hope they keep doing stuff. On the other hand, like, it's like, yeah, I'm scared they'll go away. I'm also scared that they'll put out a new album that people don't like, because that's a scary, scary thing, because discourse is toxic and miserable now. So if they put an album that's like mixed, like it's an okay album, then, like, I said this I think I say this in the script, like, so half of the audience are going to say, like, anything new that MCR puts out is the best thing ever made, and then the other half is going to say that they should have stopped after 3 Cheers. It might get a new studio album in our dream. Again, we don't know. They made Foundations of Decay for no reason. I mean, even if we don't get a full studio album, we could get new songs, which in its own right is really cool. We could get something professionally done for Dagger, or it's possible, because we keep seeing those, like, hey, the show's being recorded. We could get some kind of weird Long Live the Black Parade tour movie / like, maybe there will be actual, like, lore film parts in it or something. That would be pretty sick. I am doubtful that they will do an actual Life on the Murder Scene type of thing with this tour, because or like or like a Black Parade is Dead, whatever. I don't think they'll do that, because I think they are pretty comfortable being out of the public eye or talking about stuff all that much. It's like they really don't do interviews, especially Gerard. So I don't think we'll get that. Well, like, okay, you're a little bit, or the chat's a little bit behind me, but yeah, see, that's the thing. Or you're saying, was there were there scenes for that? I guess I forget. I don't know. I guess the way I don't own it physically, so I've only seen the concert pretty much. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would love some kind of like, even if it was just like a set scripted behind the scenes where they kind of talk about the show and like what their intents were. I think that'd be cool. I don't know though. I don't want to get my hopes up because that's the kind of thing that a fan could get real. It was just the concerts. Okay, cool. This kind of thing is the kind of thing a fan can really get their hopes up about, and then if it turns out that the tour ends and they go, all right, thanks, bye, like whether they come back or not, whether even if they just do like, if they did a Danger Days tour or something, I think it would still, the fact that there wouldn't be anything extra or new, I think would be, if you expect it, it'll be very disappointing. So I don't know. We'll see. Which, by the way, I guess I'll put on the record now. Danger Days tour, it would be sick. I would try to go to it. Bad idea. Don't do it. It's not. Danger Days is unfortunately not the Black Parade. And I think they'll kind of have to relive the same thing that they went through in 2010. Though much more people are on board with Danger Days now, I think. But I think it would be a bad idea. No, he's never going to explain anything. Doesn't like to explain shit. The second I decide to give up hope that they'd ever get back together, they announce it. I mean, yeah, that's true. Like, again, yeah, they've done the unexpected before. Not that they'll. I agree. I don't think G will ever explain anything because, I mean, like, I feel like the most we have ever gotten is like that Kevin Smith interview that I used a lot in my video, where like Kevin Smith is like, hey, tell me what every line of Welcome to the Black Parade means. And it's awesome. And I wish that we could have that for everything. But sometimes the answers are really funny because it's just like, hey, why did you write this? Like the thing that sticks in my head is Kevin Smith is like, so why the summer? Because it's the line in was it to lead you in the summer? It's like, why the summer? And Gerard starts to say and cuts himself off and then tries to find a reason and then says it. He's like, because that's when parades happen. It's just like, okay. It's like, yeah, some lines have very distinct meaning, and then some lines are just like expanding on what has already been said, or just like something that sounds good, which, that's, hey, fair enough. But in terms of like lore, yeah, I don't think we will ever get anything concrete unless they do like filmed scenes or something. But even then, they're not going to explain it. That'll just add more context. But like the sleep video at the Moat is so cool, and I want an actual version of that. Like I want that on YouTube or something like that, because the visuals they use are so like old school horror that I really, really enjoy it. So it's I want some kind of version of this that can be experienced not live and not through YouTube videos, but we'll see what happens, I guess. I need to take a quick break to go to the bathroom. I will probably wrap up soon, but I do need to go to the bathroom at this time, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, I will probably. Okay, let me catch up on the. I'm seeing Discord. I'm seeing discourse. Let me see. Okay. Never mind. I was misreading something earlier. Sleep visuals. Thanks for the chat. Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, it looks like okay. Most of y'all have left by this point. That's fine. Thank you for watching. I'll probably wrap up in a second, but I'll conclude my lore thoughts, and then I'll go through my tier list one more time, and then that'll be that. I said I was going to play Rhythm Heaven. I think we're kind of naturally winding down here. And also honestly, the Rhythm Heaven was like the least important thing for me doing these streams. Speaking of Discord, you should make one. So I have made one before. The only thing I really used it for was to host a Smash tournament. Right at this moment, I don't know if there's enough like interest to and I'm kind of just bad at it. It's not the only Discord I really use. It's just like a friend group chat. But it is, I'll say it is considered. I will certainly do it at some point. Maybe if I hit a certain like sub goal, I'll finally buckle down and actually do one properly. But at this exact moment, I feel like it would be, I don't know. I don't want to jump the gun. Either way, let me, so, 2.5. Yeah. I mean, that'd be, if I hit 2.5, that'd be great. That's the other thing that I need to figure out is like, MCR content does not last forever, at least with what I want to do, because it's like I don't really want to retread the lore of Three Cheers and Black Parade, the album, in Danger Days. It's like that is well covered. A lot of it's very vague anyway. People know what those albums are about. And so it's like, I was trying to think about this it's like I got all these followers from the MCR video, and I'm going to make the other one, which I'm very excited for. But after that, it's like I might clip this stream for a tier video, or like a short. But other than that, I was trying to think of what to do. The one thing that I have in mind right now that is very silly, and I don't know if it would attract the same form of the MCR crowd at all, is I've had an idea for a while to try to make a MCR themed TTRPG. And so maybe designing, like doing that because I do a couple videos where I'm like going through my ideas for certain games and whatnot. I could do something similar with that, where I could like make a fun little, a free little TTRPG that people could play. I think that could be neat. But other than that, I like, there's only so much I can do with my chem without kind of being redundant. And I have yet to find another band that would be as interesting to do it with. So, or that I just personally am connected to. I mean, I love like, if I don't know how, but They Found Me did anything like to this scale, I'd be all over it. But Dallin seems like he's having enough problems with money as it is. Anyway, so yeah, let's. Mike, here's kind of where I'm. Lore supercut. That's a good idea. Or lore summary. That would be good. That's a smart thing. That would be a very good call. All right. So to finish my thoughts on the lore. What I'm looking for right now, the things that I'm waiting to see what happens specifically. Who else do they kill on the main stage? Do they get the secretary? Do they get the dictator? I think at some point the dictator is going to die unless they are able to basically convert him to their side and deprogram him. I don't know about that though. I think we will have to see if this story is meant to be very in-universe in the way that it's like, oh, it's tied to Danger Days and da-da-da, or if it is, are we treating Drog like a real place, or are we treating Moat Corp like a real thing in the lore, or is this all some weird fourth dimensional thing where the Gerard is trying to basically teach the performers that there is another reality and that they need to not serve that reality pretty much. I spend so much time on speculation. It makes it's when in my social life. Yeah. I mean, it's been nice to talk about, honestly, because usually I only get to go over it like with my girlfriend. But so yeah, no, this has been really cool. But yeah, so I'm really curious who else is going to die on that stage. I'm curious. I guess I just need to see how it ends. I'm trying to think what the biggest unanswered questions are, and I think the biggest question is like, what is real in lore? What is fabricated in lore? And what is real in terms of like are we the audience playing a role to these characters? Why you want the Discord? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, at the bare minimum, the barest minimum, I'll get the comment section of the new video will be hype. But yeah, I think right now the real question of all of it is just what is real, and that will very much inform who's in charge, who the enemies are, and where the Black Parade as characters go from here. And going back to the start of this whole conversation, that will inform our understanding of Dagger, whether it is like if essentially intentional drama that Drog is writing into the script to be like, oh, watch, he's going to get the dictator, watch out, which is a very propaganda-y kind of thing to do. I feel like is like they have this act and you get this kind of wily person who's like, I'm going to get the dictator. And then it's like, haha, the dictator wins because he's still like, he wins again. He is immortal. So like it kind of could work in that vein. Or is there some element of reality in Gerard's goals here? I don't know. We'll figure that out. But let's take one more look at the tier list, see if anything is changing, moving up or down. I think we've all agreed Not That Kind of Girl is in fact the worst song. Interlude, Wolves 1, California Gun and Drugs, Best Day, Surrender. I could see Best Day moving up a little bit in C. It's not getting out of C though. What would I rather? Yeah, I'd rather listen to Best Day actually. I'll put it there. All right, so then going to B, you got the covers that are there. War, Only Hope. I think Drowning Lessons and Only Hope are in the right places. Sure. I think we're all looking okay here. Party at the End of the World, I did for the last time I listened to it. It hit me. It hit harder a little bit than before. Do I want to move that up? World is Ugly is nice though. I love the vocoder on World is Ugly too. It's a unique thing for MCR. Party could move up. It's just kind of the quality is the only thing that really hurts that song. And I think production-wise, Scarecrow's cooler. I'll leave it. No, I will leave it. Yeah, I that's my call. I'm going to leave it there. All right, moving up through B. I guess I'm probably blocking it a tiny bit. There we go. Cube, Black Dragon. Yeah, we got that kind of whole batch of Party Poison, Tomorrow's Money, Mastas, and Black Dragon. That all tracks. That all's fine. Teens. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we're let's say we're rapidly approaching Disenchanted. Let's see. I could also Fashion Statement's pretty good, but no, I think I'm okay with all that. Black Parade. Kids from Yesterday. All right, let me see. Disenchanted over Blood. I'll allow it. We can swap them. And then Planetary at the top would be, yeah, Planetary is like, it's right on that cusp. It could be a low A, it could be a high B. I think it belongs there. And this, I feel the same about Summertime, but I'm a little more connected to Summertime still and in the past, so I think that's okay. You got Ambulance, Romance Offering, Vampire, Desert. Is Desert in the right place? I think it is. It's like a unique thing for them to be singing about, and it's very raw, but the rawness does lend to some messiness, I think. Just yeah, I think okay, yeah, we're okay, keep moving on up A. I do really like Fuck the Whole Wide World. But lyrically it doesn't hit as much as some other things. Yeah, I think it belongs there. Helena, Sunsets. I think that's all okay. All the Angels is a tiny bit high, but it's really cool. It's a really cool song. I'll keep it there. Eagles and Dagger. Nah. That far above Helena feels a little weird. That feels a little off. Because Helena is a pretty strong song. You like it where it is. And you might be talking about like All the Angels or something, but I think all of this feels okay still. Because it's like I think it's it's weird. It's like I think on certain days Helena could be like 7 steps ahead, but right now I'm feeling it where it is. All the Angels, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we'll keep this middle row the same. Moving up to the top. Cemetery is really high for me because it's not a song that I like in my brain. I'm like, oh, I love Cemetery Drive, but I do really like it, and it's just like a really cool vibe. Personally, I put Sunsets higher because that's a genuine banger. I do really like Sunsets. Honestly, this might be, maybe some of the highest that Sunsets has ever been for me. It definitely keeps moving up over time. And I think Cemetery is kind of in that same vibe, fittingly enough. The End is also, I will be fair, The End is kind of generous being where it is. But I mean, lyrically, really cool, big, grand, awesome production. It's just hurt by the fact that it's attached to Dead. Cemetery, help me. Well, that's very good. I have to, MCR is very helpful and very it's definitely a very positive influence. Honestly, that line, by the way, speaking of, I guess that line in Cemetery, very powerful, very striking line. So yeah, actually, because of that, I guess I will keep it where it is. And will I even move it above The End? Yeah, we get the best of all worlds. So we get emotional and mental support, and we get pretty man or men, I guess. They're all pretty good looking. And now we get the fucking Secretary, so it's like, god damn. Save some for everyone else. Yeah, I will move Cemetery Drive one step higher. Got Emily, which is just a very cool, unique song. And Kaif, kill all your friends. Kaif. Yeah, and Sylvia. I mean, again, they all, Sylvia, Marianne, all of them. I just hyperfixate on the secretary because partially because it's just that the chair drag, and her slapping the clerk and the Gerard, and it's I love a woman who seems like she could destroy me. So it's been enough when they used the end for the season. They did do that, didn't they? It's a shame that that season, from what I can tell, bombed. And I say from what I can tell because I watched Umbrella Academy season 1 through 3, and then and it was just a very sad continuous decline for me. So when it got to season 4, I was like, I don't think I need to watch that. And then I listened to some reviews, and it was like, oh, I definitely do need to watch that. But regardless, let me see. So we're finishing off the top of A here. My Way Home is really high up too, but I think that's okay. It's a banger. I think it belongs there. I'll talk more about Umbrella Academy once I finish this list off, just for a second, because I don't have too much to say on it. Yeah, Give 'Em Hell, Famous. Then we get to our really tops of top of the line. I don't think anything is sneaking up into S. I think Sharpest Lives is a good like it's right there, but not quite. And to the end, and Bury Me and Black are both close as well. All right, now let's my top. How many is these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so the real question is there anything that belong in my top 10 that is not here? Because otherwise this is a top 16. Prison, I don't need Prison in my top 10. I think that's okay. Dead, I don't need in my top 10. Destroya, I feel like historically has been. So Destroya, oh my god. Destroya has taken a bit of a hit. Oh, wow. Yeah, I love that. That's so good. I also, if there's any curses in if I clip this stream or if in my next video, I'm absolutely using Gerard's I Don't Love You, whoa, as like the censor. Anyway, yeah, so Destroya has, I feel like, taken a little bit of a hit, but it's just not what I'm feeling at this exact moment. So it's still top 15, but it's okay. Demo, Foundations, Never Told You. They all could be top 10, but I think Gun's also good. Yeah, that's a very good point. Either that, or if I ever say Gun in the video, I'll just replace the audio completely. Yeah, I think this is my top 10. The only ones starting at Boy Division is where it starts to get like Boy Division through Destroya all could be top 10 material. The top 7 are all, I would say, set in stone. Boy Division's a little high, but I think if I shake up any of this, we're going to be here for like another 20 minutes. Because it's like I could absolutely argue any of those getting into the top 10. So I think this is okay. I think we're gonna leave it there. The only thing I want to say on Umbrella Academy is that it's such a shame because season 1 is like an 8.5 out of 10 for me. Like, fantastic vibe, great standalone, still really fun to watch. And then season 2 was like, okay, it's pretty good. Like, fun stuff going on. A little bit dragging here and there, some character stuff I don't love, but not bad. Like 7.5. And then Umbrella Academy season 3 happened. I was like, oh, we're still going, and oh god, what are you doing to Allison? What is happening? And And so that was like a 6.5 for me. And so at that point I knew, I was like, all right, it's going downhill. It's like a stop. I got to sell. I got to get off this boat. And thank God I did. Foundation goes above Boy. That's a big jump. Here's my only faults with Foundation. I think mixing wise, I like some other songs better. And I think lyrically, it's almost on the nose about MCR and Gerard's journey enough to be a negative for me. I would not say it is a negative, but like he was there the day the towers fell, and so he won. And like all like it's very on the nose in a way that like not even Skylines is. Like Skylines is more I'd say abstract and poetic about it, despite being very directly about that. That's truly my only problem with Foundations. That, and like I said, I think other songs I like personally the mixing of more. Let me see. I'm going to do a quick, I'll go from top to bottom. I'll do a quick head to head and see if anything gets to Boy Division. Destroya versus Demolition Lovers. Demolition Lovers is very emotionally impactful, very cool journey of a song. Destroya is just a jam and hot. So I think I'm going to go Demolition. Demolition versus Foundations of K. I think Foundations of K is a much more unique and interesting vibe for MyChem, and has also very impactful moments. It's just kind of recontextualized from like a emotional growth standpoint versus like a relationship. So I'll give it to Foundations. Foundations versus I Never Told You What Did I Do for a Living. The screams of I Tried on I Never Told You are really hard to beat. The ending is so good. I can't clean the stains off the sheets in my bed. So good. I gotta keep I Never Told You where it is. I Never Told You versus Vampires. The mood of Vampires is unbeatable for me. It gets very, very, very close. Never Told You is a little bit more interesting of a song, but there's a rawness to Vampires and appreciation for like MyChem doing that early in their career. That I think is top tier for me. Vampires versus Say About Machines. Vampires versus Heaven Help Us. Vampires might actually take a little bump here, which is that. No, this is the cutoff of my 10 anyway, so it barely matters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so this change doesn't matter. They're both my top 10. I will change it though. I will change it. I really do respect Vampires. And they won't hurt me. And then lastly, Vampires versus Boy Division. Are we getting one extra final jump up? I think we are. And I don't think this changes any other of the relationships really. Yeah, I think so. That makes my top 10 from 10 to 1. We got Heaven Help Us, dramatic song, dark, catchy chorus, cool soft bridge. Okay, hold on. Kind of off topic, but you should have a look at the fan made regular. Okay, so actually, I have looked at that. I don't mean this as like shade at all. I tried to work with them a little bit and try to be collaborative early on of like, hey, I noticed that this happened and like noticed some things in the doc where it's like, oh, you should add this, and they're like, and like, oh, I'm working on this video too, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And then like radio silence. Eventually, I was kind of like, oh, hey, here's the video, and like, oh, cool, I'll check it out. And then it was like kind of the last of everything. So no, I have no problem with them at all. It's a really cool document. They've compiled a lot of very helpful stuff. I'll say this about the document, the transcript of the Anchorman's speeches during the Moat shows were ridiculously helpful, because I could not make out, especially the circle one before sleep, I could not make that out for the life of me. And those transcripts really, really helped. So they have, and in terms of cast members and stuff like that, that doc is really cool for that. I basically, I'll give you a little peek behind the curtain. I, just because of the way I need to organize information and whatnot, I basically have my own. So here's what I have for. Okay, we're working. We're good. Okay, so this is what we got. This was for Latin America. I don't know why I have Central South. I basically have it song by song, show by show. I got all my notes and stuff like that. This part of the script is already done, so this page is kind of irrelevant to me at this point. I have that. Then I have I just copied the merch drop in case I couldn't find it again, because this has got some weird, silly lore in it. The 2 festivals they played, basically irrelevant. They were just long-lived shows. Europe, I got here. Starting in Europe, it started to get tricky because they started switching between Long Live and Moat. But in this, it was just the last 2 shows were what I call phantom shows. So we got that, and then I'm currently working on this now. Blue is what? Blue is Moat. Red is Long Live. And so let's see, we've done the 27th yesterday. That was a Moat show. Great. So I'll have to go through and check that. It doesn't actually seem like the last show was as meaningful as to lore as these last 3 shows have been. But then we have a million shows ahead of us. We have so we got one more this month, and then there's a little bit of a break because there's like some festivals, and then we finally return for the big finale. But yeah, either way, that's what I've been doing. It helps me to just keep everything organized in this way, because some of the mega doc is organized by like, did this happen? Yes, no, kind of thing. And they catch some things I miss. I feel that they miss some things. We're all human, whatever. It's like the stupid. We're all looking over insane lore for a band. Like I'm not. I have no problems with anyone in this fandom unless they're a dickhead, which the people behind the mega doc are not. But yeah, anyway, we've done it. We have our tier list. I'll switch off of it. I'll go to main talky talk. Because none of you probably saw this background earlier. Hey. All right, so thank you for watching. This has been really fun. It's been really cool talking about lore. Like I said, so my plan basically right now for that video is I've recorded the Europe part of the script and the May festivals part of the script. I was waiting for my hair to get a little bit longer for the nurse, I was waiting for my hair to get a little bit longer for the Moat part, the Latin America part, because I'm going to have some kind of nurse costume. I haven't decided if it's going to be normal or like bloody and like zombie nurse. But I wanted my hair to get a little bit longer for that. So I'm going to record that end of September or early October. I will try to record the USA part of the tour this year as soon as I can after it's finished, so that I can be ready for when the Asia part wraps up. And then I'll just have to edit the Asia part and record final conclusions and theory stuff. And so hopefully it will be available at the end of the year. I would really like to get it out in 2026 so that I can keep the momentum of like people being interested in it. So, but video editing is hard, so we'll see. The costumes were killing you. Yeah, I like my costumes. They're fun. I have a couple fun ideas for this one. I still need to decide what I'm doing for USA. There's like an obvious choice that I haven't done yet, but we'll see. Either way, so hopefully that'll be out in December. We'll see what happens. And then other than that, that's really the only thing I'm working on right now. Tomorrow, though, I'm doing part 2 of 1,000 subscribers stream. We're just going to not do Rhythm Heaven because whatever, who cares? That was very, just kind of, talking about MCR was the main part of the stream. So tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a custom Smash roster with stuff that is important to me, including fourth parties like movies and superheroes and things like that. So that'll be a very silly little thing. And then after that, I'm just going to play some Marvel Tokon, Marvel fighting game, and that'll be a fun little time. I can't imagine the roster making will go nearly as long as this tier listed. Do the twins outfit. I was considering, so I guess I don't want to spoil too much for you. The costume that I was considering that I haven't committed to yet would be the clown, which is just very intense. So I may or may not do that. But twins is trying to find some of like the military uniform could be fun too, especially with what we're seeing from the dictator, because he's kind of got like a similar looking casual uniform, so that could be interesting to do. I don't know. There's fun options. I have the nurse. I definitely want to do. It's just, so the thing with the nurse, so I definitely need to wrap up so I can order food soon. But the thing with the nurse is I got a nurse jacket for free because, again, my girlfriend works at a haunted house, so it's a little beat up and ragged. So if I do that outfit, then I should go like kind of gray skin, maybe a gash or something, some spooky but pretty makeup, something like that. But I really feel like I need a hat or something, like the nurse hat that they have. So I might get that, and then if I get that, that'll be really pristine. So I either need to distress that, or I should just buy a costume that's more like Sylvia's. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Very silly problems to be having. But either way, let me see. Really shift is, I'm not gonna remember this. Well, good news. The stream will be here until YouTube dies or the sun explodes. So you can it'll be there forever. All right, I think that's about it. I'm gonna order some za or something, maybe a good old cheesesteak. Thank you again for watching so much. If you care at all about video games, Smash fighting games, then tune in tomorrow. It'll probably be about the same time frame as today. And I will, if not, then I will see you for the next video. If you want to keep slightly more in touch, I have a Blue Sky that I really also don't post a ton on there, but that's at least something. So yeah, regardless, I will see you around, and thank you. I was looking at my phone camera, and I need to look at this camera up here. Thank you for watching. I will see you next time. Goodbye.